Chapter 185 Debate. At the same moment that the participants of the Ascension rankings entered the teleportation formation, a furious roar suddenly resounded in the depths of the Ascension mountain rankings that was extremely far away. After that, the ground started to tremor violently while countless dark beasts of various types dispersed towards the surroundings. At this moment, the entire Ascension mountain range was bustling, and the ground quaked as if there was an earthquake. A myriad of beasts dashed through the mountain range, and such a scene and the imposing aura revealed by it was sufficient to make a spirit realm expert shudder with fear. On a mountain that was over 500 kilometers away from Ascension mountain range, the representatives of the 6 great powers, the Imperial Academy, and the various clans were here. Besides the humans, there were also men that possessed robust figures and strong physiques. Obviously, they were dark beasts that had taken human form. Only profounders below the King Realm and dark beasts below the Spirit Realm could participate in the Ascension rankings. If experts at the King Realm or above and dark beasts at the Spirit Realm or above entered Ascension mountain range, then it would undoubtedly be a calamity for the various powers and those dark beasts. So, the various powers and the dark beasts were monitoring it from here. There were Exalt Realm experts and Spirit Realm dark beasts here on the mountain peak. Their spiritual senses were sufficient for them to sense everything that happened within the Ascension mountain range. So long as anyone that exceeded these limits appeared, it would be noticed by them at the first possible moment. On the mountain peak, a robust man looked at a middle-aged man in a green robe that stood not too far away from him, and he asked, "Qing Yunzi, I heard that the most monstrous genius in history has appeared in your origin school?" The middle-aged man called Qing Yunzi glanced at the robust man and said, "I don't dare say that he's the most monstrous genius in history, but he can be considered as the most monstrous genius in the last 1,000 years." When they heard this, the representatives of the other powers glanced at Qing Yunzi. What arrogant sentiments! The robust man roared with laughter and said, "Qing Yunzi, you still dared to let him participate in the Ascension rankings? Are you not afraid he'll die early? It would truly be a pity if such a genius died prematurely in the Grand Myriad Mountains. So long as the grandchildren of you, the Exalt who, have the strength, then feel free to kill him." Qing Yunzi spoke indifferently, "But the path of cultivation for the dark beasts in your tiger clan isn't easy, and you've even dispatched all the elites in the younger generation of your tiger clan. Aren't you afraid that they would be completely annihilated by us, humans?" "Ha!" Exalt who suddenly roared with laughter that shot into the sky. After a short while, he stopped laughing and said, "Qing Yunzi, it is I who should speak those words. All the geniuses amongst your humans have come here. So aren't all of you afraid that the elites of my Dark Beast Empire would annihilate them? If that happens, then my Dark Beast Empire will probably be the owner of the Southern Territory for the few hundred years. Let's wait and see who kills who." Qing Yunzi spoke indifferently. Exalt who glanced at the representatives of the other powers, and then he smiled as he said, "Qing Yunzi, if the geniuses of your human race are united, then the elites of my Dark Beast Empire would really be slightly in danger. But unfortunately, do you think those geniuses of your human race would be united?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Hong from the Sword Sect and Elder Kugu from the Ghost Sect before he said, "Let's not speak about everyone else and just speak about the Sword Sect and Ghost Sect. Do you think their sects would join forces against a common enemy?" Meanwhile, Elder Kuga grunted coldly and said, "Exalt who, it isn't your place to comment on the matters between us humans. Would my human race need to join forces in order to deal with those little dark beasts? So long as your Dark Beast Empire doesn't play any tricks and dispatches dark beasts at the Spirit Realm, then I guarantee that all the elites dispatched by your Dark Beast Empire will be annihilated this time. Kugu, I never expected that while your strength hasn't improved much in the past 10+ years, your skill in arguing has become much, much greater." Exalt who glanced indifferently at Kugu. Kugu was about to say something when Qing Yunzi suddenly said, "Let's not continue arguing here. The Ascension rankings is a battle between humans and dark beasts, and it's also a battle between humans as well. If they die during the battle, then they can only be considered to possess insufficient strength. Since they possessed insufficient strength, then wouldn't they still end up dying if they headed to the ancient battlefield? It would end in death in the end. So wouldn't it be better to perish at the hands of humans and dark beasts? Kugu and Exalt fell silent when they heard this. At this moment, Yang Yi revealed a solemn expression as he gazed at the enormous tiger that was almost 10 times larger than him. The size of this enormous tiger was even larger than the two wolf kings within his vortex Dantian and the Earth Bear King at Death Mountain Range. The strength of dark beasts was usually determined by their size. Of course, this common method excluded unusual monstrous geniuses like the violet mink. Since the enormous tiger had such a colossal size, there was naturally no doubt about its strength. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't afraid, and he just felt that he was slightly unfortunate. Because as soon as He'd been teleported before this enormous tiger, and if it wasn't for him reacting in a timely manner, he would have probably been swallowed into the belly of this tiger. This time, Yang Yi didn't think of utilizing this king-rank dark beast to improve his strength. Presently, it wasn't like it had been in the past, and there were countless human profounders in the surroundings. If he fought this tiger to the point both of them were heavily injured, then it was very likely that it would end up benefiting another human. Right when he was about to summon the violet mink, the tiger suddenly let out a furious roar, and then it pounced towards Yang Yi like an enormous mountain was pressing down towards him. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't give it a second thought before he stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he relied on the counterforce to soar into the air. Bang! The tiger missed and smashed heavily onto the ground. The ground instantly shook violently while a huge and deep hole appeared where the tiger landed. The tiger grew even more enraged after it missed, and it lifted its head up and roared. After that, it swiftly struck the ground with its front paws, and then leaped up before smashing fiercely towards Yang Yi, who was descending from midair. This time, the tiger's speed was at least 2 times what it was during the last attack, so Yang Yi was utterly unable to dodge. Yang Yi's pupils constricted when he noticed its speed, and he said to himself, "How swift! It's even much swifter than gray and silver. Since I can't dodge, then I can only go head-on against it." A wisp of a ruthless expression flashed in Yang Yi's eyes while he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he pulled it back as golden light effused out around it. At the moment that the tiger was about to collide with his body, Yang Yi let out a loud shout as he swiftly smashed his fist towards the tiger's head. Bang! Yang Yi flew backward in midair, and he flew an unknown distance to the point his figure directly transformed into a black in the eyes of the tiger. On the other hand, the tiger didn't fare any better. Not only had a fist imprint sunk into its skull, but it was also blasted down towards the ground at a speed which was even faster than the speed it utilized to pounce at Yang Yi just now. The ground shook as its enormous figure directly sunk over 10 m deep into the ground. After he descended to the ground, Yang Yi's expression was slightly serious as he gazed at the tiger that had sunken into the ground. That attack of the tiger's from before had actually injured his internal organs. Fortunately, he was fine after receiving the healing from a healing talisman. At this moment, his physical strength and defense were already on par with a king-rank dark beast, yet had clearly been in a disadvantaged position during the previous collision. This clearly displayed how formidable the dark beasts roaming Ascension Mountain range now were. Would those other human geniuses be able to resist a single strike from these king-rank dark beasts? Yang Yi shook his head and discarded all of these thoughts, because this wasn't something he should be worried about. Yang Yi gazed at the tiger that had leaped out of the hole and said, "Little fellow, fight with me." He was confident in his ability to deal with the tiger by himself, but he had to preserve his strength now. After all, there were all sorts of unknown dangers waiting for him, so had chosen to end the battle quickly. When it heard Yang Yi, the violet mink blinked, and then it looked at the tiger in the distance. After that, an invisible pressure enveloped down towards it. When tiger that was about to attack once more sensed the bloodline pressure from the violet mink, the ferocious glow in its eyes that were even larger than fists had instantly vanished completely, and it was replaced with fear and terror instead. Moreover, its enormous body even started to slowly lie prone on the ground. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed to his shock that its body was actually shivering. After a short while, it lay prone on the ground as if it had submitted. The violet mink blinked when it saw the enormous tiger act in this way, and then it looked at Yang Yi before rubbing Yang Yi's head with its little claws. It's done just like that? Yang Yi hadn't recovered from his shock yet. A king-ranked dark beast that was even more formidable than gray and silver actually didn't even resist before submitting in front of the little fellow? After a short while, Yang Yi recovered from his shock, and then he looked at the little guy who sought credit for its achievements and smiled bitterly. Little fellow, let's kill it all right? Even though he wanted to subdue this king-ranked dark beast, he hadn't forgotten that he had an assignment this time, and it was to obtain the inner cores of 30 king-ranked dark beasts. Chapter 186 Yu. When it heard Yang Yi, the tiger pressed its body closer to the ground, and it gazed at the violet mink with a pleading expression that filled its eyes. The violet mink hurriedly shook its little head to indicate that it refused to kill the tiger. The bitter smile on Yang Yi's face grew even more bitter as he said, "Little fellow, if I don't kill it, then it'll fail even if I leave this place alive." The violet mink continued shaking its head, and it seemed to feel that this wasn't sufficient, so it grabbed Yang Yi's head with its claws and shook his head forcefully. All right, we won't kill it, all right?" Yang Yi spoke helplessly as he embraced the violet mink in his arms. It hurriedly waved its little claw upon hearing this, and then a strand of violet light enveloped the tiger before it was sent into Yang Yi's vortex dantian. The little fellow simply seemed as if it was deeply afraid that Yang Yi would go back on his word. Yang Yi was slightly amused when he saw the little guy's actions. Actually, he was merely joking just now because he'd given up on killing it once he saw it submit. It was like a hired thug that was a king-ranked dark beast. So long as there was nothing wrong in his head, then why would he give up on obtaining it? Moreover, perhaps it was because of the violet mink, but he didn't have much ill intent towards dark beasts, and he had a slightly good impression of them instead. Moreover, Head sensed the little fellow's attitude towards the matter this time, and it didn't want him to kill dark beasts. Of course, he believed that if a dark beast didn't know what was good for it and intended to kill him, then the little fellow would definitely stand on his side. As for the inner cores of the dark beasts, it wasn't a problem at all. Even though he couldn't kill dark beasts, wouldn't others kill them anyway? After all, there were always countless people in this world that loved to court death. So, when compared to dark beasts, he was even more interested in killing those humans that courted death like the members of the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and with a flip of his wrist, Violet Spirit shot violently towards an enormous tree that resided around 30 m away. Bang! The tree was blasted into pieces, and then a figure flashed out from there. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw the appearance of this person. With a gesture of his right hand, Violet Spirit transformed into a violet ray of light that flew back into his palm. The profound energy within his body instantly started surging, and he gazed at this person and said in a deep voice, "The Flower Palace's Yu? How long have you been here?" It was none other than the representative disciple amongst the participants from the Flower Palace, Yu. Yu gazed at the violet spirit sword that resided in Yang Yi's hand and said, "What a profound method of sword control. Looks like your strength is much stronger than the rumors say. How long have you been here?" Yang Yi asked the same question again. He didn't want his secrets to be known by the members of the Flower Palace. Otherwise, he would never be able to rest in peace again. "Is it important?" Yu spoke indifferently. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he said, "Indeed, it isn't important at all." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed, and he transformed into a shadow that shot explosively towards her. Moreover, he suddenly swept Violet Spirit towards her in midair, causing a golden strand of sword chi to shoot towards her first. When it came to the members of the Flower Palace, he desired to kill every single one of them that he met. If it was at any ordinary time, then he would definitely not attack rashly. But now, this moment was a good opportunity. Yu wasn't surprised when she saw Yang Yi suddenly attack. She stretched out her right hand, and then a flower petal shot towards Yang Yi's strand of golden sword chi at a speed that wasn't visible to the naked eye. Bang! The golden sword chi instantly destroyed Yu's flower petal, and then it didn't slow down at all as it shot towards her. A wisp of shock flashed in her eyes, and she said in a low voice, "What sharp sword chi? Wait, you possess profound energy of the 5 elements." As she spoke, she waved her right hand once more, and then a flower petal shot out explosively once more. This time, the flower petal was even faster than before, and its might was much more terrifying than before. Bang! The golden sword chi and flower petal collided violently around 3M in front of Wanrenyu, and an explosion resounded before they transformed into waves of air that dispersed into the surroundings. At the same time, Yang Yi had arrived in front of her, and he didn't waste his breath or hesitate to draw his sword and slash down from top to bottom. This sword strike was swift like a bolt of lightning. No, it was even swifter than that. However, it was exactly such a swift strike that actually missed. It actually couldn't be said to have missed because it had slashed off a strand of her beautiful hair, just moments before all of this had occurred. At the same time that Yang Yi drew his sword, Wenrenyu's body had suddenly and strangely transformed into countless flowers that dispersed towards the surroundings before she appeared mysterious 30 m away. At the same time, the flowers that she's transformed to earlier swept at Yang Yi at a shocking speed. At such a close distance, Yang Yi was utterly unable to dodge such an attack, and he could only allow those flowers to shoot onto his body. Bang! 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 It was like firecrackers were exploding on him, and numerous explosions resounded. Wenrenyu touched the hair on her forehead that had been cut off by Yang Yi, and then she looked at Yang Yi who had been struck by the petals of those flowers. She said, "What swift swordsmanship! But is that all you've got? How?" Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly while her pupils constricted. She saw Yang Yi pat the slightly tattered clothes on his body as he walked slowly towards her. The might of those flower petals was formidable indeed, but in Yang Yi's opinion, they were still slightly insufficient. After all, his physical defense was already stronger than an ordinary king-rank dark beast. Even though Head withstood her attack, his expression was even more solemn. This woman's strength was even more formidable than Head imagined. Not only had she been able to dodge that strike of his from before, but she was also able to launch a counterattack at the same time that she did. Such a reaction speed could truly be described as terrifying. This was the first time that his reactive strike had failed against someone of the same cultivation realm. What a formidable physical defense! Wenrenyu gazed at him as she said, "So we've always been underestimating you. Not to mention anything else, just that physical body of yours is quite a huge threat to us. I'm really curious, there are practically 0 body refiners in the Southern Territory now, and even if there are, it's some worthless body refiners. How did you improve your body to such an extent? Do you think I would tell you?" A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he continued walking slowly towards her. Wenrenyu nodded and said, "Right, I presume you wouldn't. I'm very curious. What other trump cards do you possess? Feel free to utilize all of them." Yang Yi frowned. There's something off about her attitude. Is she investigating my trump cards? Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about all of this. When he arrived 10 m away from Wenrenyu, the profound energy within his body had instantly surged into the Gale shoes while he simultaneously executed the Gale steps, causing his figure to transform into numerous afterimages that vanished on the spot. Those afterimages hadn't dispersed yet when his body had arrived in front of Wenrenyu. Just like before, Yang Yi drew his sword and slashed. This time, its speed was superior to the last. However, Wenrenyu's expression remained unchanged, and she utilized the same trick. At the instant Yang Yi drew his sword, her figure had vanished on the spot, while countless flowers immediately enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged when he saw this, and he allowed those flowers to strike him. At the same time, he flicked Violet Spirit towards Wenrenyu who had appeared over 30 m away, and Violet Spirit instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards her. After that, his figure flashed, and he shot followed behind Violet Spirit and shot towards her as well. Wenrenyu flicked her finger when she saw Yang Yi's sword flash over like a bolt of lightning, and then 2 flowers shot out explosively and instantly blasted Violet Spirit away. Right at this moment, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Wenrenyu. She frowned when she saw Yang Yi arrive empty-handed. Could it be that this man intends to utilize his fist against me? Suddenly, a feeling of danger suddenly arose in the bottom of her heart, and it caused her expression to change. With a wave of her right hand, countless flowers instantly effused out from her hand as she instinctively utilized them to block before her. Bang! An enormous bang resounded. When Ren Yu's arms felt numb while the flowers on her hand instantly exploded into pieces. Moreover, right when she was about to retreat, a fist that flickered with a golden glow had arrived before her stomach. When Ren Yu's pupils constricted, and she shouted loudly, "Appear!" As soon as she spoke, numerous lotus flower petals suddenly appeared in front of her stomach and blocked Yang Ye's fist. Bang! Ren Yu took over 10 steps back, while Yang Yi wasn't any better as well. When he came into contact with those lotus flower petals, his entire arm felt numb before an enormous force came from his arm, causing him to retreat explosively. Moreover, Head retreated even further than Ren Yu as Head taken over 20 steps back. Both of them looked at each other from afar, and both of them saw shock and seriousness in each other's eyes. Right at this moment, the violet spirit sword that Ren Yu had blasted flying earlier had suddenly transformed into a strand of violet light, and it instantly arrived before Ren Yu and stabbed at her chest. This sudden and unexpected event caused her expression to change violently once more. Chapter 187 Probe. Right when Violet Spirit was about to strike Ren Yu, a blue light flashed. Bang! Violet Spirit shot backward like a bolt of lightning, and it flew back into Yang Ye's hand. On the other hand, a crystal blue ring had suddenly appeared in Ren Yu's grasp. It was exactly this crystal blue ring that had blasted Violet Spirit back just now. What a strange sword technique. It's at least at the Earth rank as well, right? Ren Yu held the ring in her hand as she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Besides that, the sword in your left hand that can't be seen and that violet sword of yours are probably at the Earth rank as well. The sword sect really thinks very highly of you." Yang Yi didn't answer her. Needless to say, this woman's strength was truly extremely formidable. Not only was the reactive strike ineffective against her, even the sword control technique had been blocked by her. Moreover, she still seemed to be very carefree. So, Yang Yi knew that she hadn't become serious at all. When he though up to here, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he looked at the violet mink that resided on his shoulder before he nodded to it. In the next moment, Yang Yi took a step with his right foot, and then he relied on the counterforce and the boost from both the gale shoes and gale steps to shoot explosively towards Ren Yu. At the same time, the violet spirit sword in his hand directly transformed into a strand of violet light that instantly arrived before Ren Yu. This time, Yang Yi didn't hold back, and he executed the sword control technique to its limits. He was over 30 m away from Ren Yu, yet violet spirit arrived in front of her in less than a breath of time, and the explosions from it tearing through the air resounded incessantly. Ren Yu's expression remained unchanged as she stretched her fair hand forward and waved lightly. The crystal blue ring in her hand suddenly transformed into countless fist-sized rings that enveloped down towards Yang Ye's violet spirit sword. The sword and rings encountered each other. No explosions resounded as the fist-sized rings instantly went around Violet Spirit before suddenly constricting and forcefully restraining Violet Spirit. Yang Ye's expression changed when he witnessed this. His Violet Spirit was an Earth-rank dark treasure while his sword control technique was even swift like a bolt of lightning. However, such a combination had still been restrained by the woman's ring. Could it be that ring is a Tao artifact of legend? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think about anything else because Head arrived in front of her. This time, Yang Yi didn't execute the reactive strike, and he clenched his right hand into a fist before smashing it directly at Ren Yu's chest. His fist hadn't arrived when a gust of wind had arrived from the force it shot forward with. The gust of wind caused Ren Yu's clothes to stick tightly to her delicate figure, and a few deep fist prints had even appeared on the ground beneath her feet. A wisp of surprise flashed in Ren Yu's eyes, and she seemed to be surprised by Yang Ye's strength. However, she was merely surprised. With a light wave of her hand, one of the rings that were created earlier had appeared in front of her and blocked Yang Ye's fist. Bang! The ring instantly shattered into pieces while Yang Ye's fist arrived before her chest without suffering any difficulty. Wenren Yu's expression still remained unchanged, and merely the surprise in her beautiful eyes had grown deeper. Right when Yang Ye's fist was about to blast onto her chest, those lotus flower petals suddenly appeared once more. Bang! His fist struck the petals, and then he felt his arm become number. Moreover, Wenren took around 7 steps back while had taken over 10 steps back instead. This lotus armor is a mid-grade earth rank treasure. The stronger you are, the greater the recoil would be. It can be said that with this lotus armor on me, I'm already in an invincible position. Wenren gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he heard this. So those lotus flower petals are actually part of a mid-grade earth rank armor. No wonder my physical strength, which is comparable to a king-rank dark beast, can't break through them. An earth rank armor. This is slightly difficult to deal with. Do you have any other trump cards? Right at this moment, Wenren spoke abruptly. What? Yang Yi said. You really want to know about my trump cards? Wenren gestured with her hand, and the rings that restrained Yang Ye's sword flew back into her hand. After that, she looked at Yang Yi and said, You really surprised me, and I really want to know your true strength. What exactly do you want? Yang Yi asked in a deep voice. At this point, he felt that this woman's attitude was very strange. Logically speaking, she should intend to kill him, but up until now, she had practically been constantly on the defensive, and this didn't conform to reason at all. Wenren didn't speak. With a flick of her finger, countless fist-sized rings shot out from her hand. When these arrived 3 m away from Yang Yi, all of them suddenly erupted with a wave of blue light before they instantly fused into an enormous ring that enveloped down towards Yang Yi. Moreover, its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Yang Ye's sword control technique. He knew this ring was terrifying, so he didn't dare be careless. His figure flashed towards the side, yet the ring flashed along with him and enveloped down once more. This ring is a quasi-heaven rank dark treasure, and it innately possesses intelligence of its own. Unless you destroy it by force, otherwise, it will follow closely behind you no matter where you flee. Wenren spoke indifferently as she gazed at Yang Yi, who was constantly dodging the ring. Yang Yi stopped dodging when he heard this. The gold, profound energy within his body surged violently into the hidden sword, and when the ring descended once more, he suddenly shouted loudly and executed an upward slash. Bang! The formidable strength behind this slash instantly blasted the ring flying. However, in the next moment, it shot over explosively once more, just like his sword control technique. Yang Ye's expression changed, and then he turned to look at Wenren. He knew that he had to deal with this woman in order to stop the ring. So, when he thought up to here, 10 swords appeared before him, and then with a command in his heart, the Violet Spirit Sword and the other 10 swords attacked the crystal blue ring. Violet Spirit alone was unable to resist the crystal blue ring, but it was different when 10 more swords were included. At this moment, these swords had obstructed the ring under Violet Spirit's lead. The sword control technique was formidable because of its speed, and because one could control countless swords with it. Just like what Yang Yi was doing right now. As she gazed at the 11 swords that fought her crystal blue ring in midair, a bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed with admiration, I underestimated this sword technique of yours. I never expected that it actually possesses such an effect, and you're able to control 11 swords at once. I think that this is probably not your limit, right? At this moment, Yang Yi didn't take the initiative to attack. He knew that if he wanted to kill this woman, then it was only possible if he utilized his sword intent, all 36 swords within the sword chest, and the violet mink. Had thought of doing this earlier, but had given up on it now, because up until now, he noticed that this woman hadn't revealed any killing intent at all. Just as Shed said, she seemed to be intentionally forcing him to expose his trump cards. Something is strange about this. How did you find me in such a short period of time? Asked Yang Yi. Presently, he would naturally not think that it was a coincidence that this woman found him. Wenren said, It's a secret technique of my flower palace. The reason I came to look for you was merely because I wanted to have a look at your strength. That was my only intention. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? You haven't answered my question, said Wanren-yu. After a short moment of silence, Yang Yi said, this really isn't my limit, and I do have trump cards. I'll let you witness my trump card after you answer my question. Don't worry, it will absolutely not disappoint you. Truthfully speaking, I really don't have a good impression of the members of the Flower Palace. So, only one of us will leave alive today. You're very confident. Wanren-yu gazed at him and said, I really look forward to it. Can you answer my question now? Wanren-yu shook her head and said, I can only answer you once I've witnessed your trump card, and I can't do it now. Is that so? Yang Yi's eyes gradually narrowed as he said, then you probably won't have the chance to answer me anymore. Wouldn't we know the answer after giving it a try? Bang! Yang Yi stomped with his right foot, causing the ground to instantly split apart, and his figure shot explosively towards Wanren-yu. When he was 6 m away from her, he suddenly utilized his sword intent, and it surged towards her like tidewater. Wanren-yu's eyes opened wide when she sensed this strand of sword intent, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This wasn't the end of it. At the same time, a violet-colored ball of energy appeared abruptly in front of her, and it blasted onto her before she could even react. The lotus flower petals appeared abruptly and blocked the violet mink's violet ball of light. Bang! The violet ball of light instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived before her, and then he drew his sword and stabbed it directly towards the lotus flower petals that were in front of Wanren-yu's chest. Break! Under the boost from his sword intent and Yang Yi's enlightened sword heart, the current speed and might of Yang Yi's reactive strike had at least been multiplied by numerous times. Even the air shook slightly everywhere the hidden sword passed. Chapter 188 Retria. There was a moment of silence when the hidden sword struck the lotus flower petals, and then a bang resounded as the petals suddenly broke apart. After that, a wave of air suddenly erupted from the point of collision, and it blasted them back. His body had just started moving backward when Yang Yi had forcefully stopped his figure, and then he allowed the wave of air to blast onto him. Bang! The clothes he wore were instantly blasted apart, and in the next moment, his figure flashed as he shot explosively towards Wanren-yu, whose figure was flying backward. Moreover, right at the instant that Yang Yi moved, the violet mink on his shoulder had waved its little claw, and then a violet glow blasted towards Wanren-yu before Yang Yi could even arrive. At this moment, the shock in Wanren-yu's heart was truly indescribable with words. She had always felt that she had taken Yang Yi's strength seriously. However, the facts told her that Shed still underestimated his strengths, and Shed underestimated it by too much. This young man that wasn't a well-known figure had actually comprehended the sword intent of legend. What exactly is that cute violet-colored little fellow that I've overlooked until now? It was actually able to execute such a strange attack that's even more mysterious than Yang Yi's sword control technique? Wanren-yu didn't have the time to be shocked because the cute little fellow had waved another strange violet glow at her. The Earth rank armor had been blasted apart by Yang Yi, so she naturally didn't dare to go head-on against this violet glow. With a wave of her hand, countless petals condensed from profound energy had instantly converged before her and revolved at high speeds. Bang! The petals instantly exploded into pieces while the violet glow didn't slow down at all as it blasted towards Wanren-yu. However, right when it struck her body, her figure suddenly vanished mysteriously on the spot before appearing over 30 m away to the left. Moreover, she left a few dozed petals behind to collide with the violet light. Bang! An explosion resounded once more. Wanren-yu had just steadied herself when her pupils suddenly constricted, and her figure flashed once more and vanished on the spot. She had just vanished on the spot when Yang Yi arrived where she stood an instant ago. Moreover, the hidden sword in Yang Yi's hand was slashing down towards the spot she stood. If she was just an instant slower, then she would have probably been slashed into two now. After his strike missed, Yang Yi turned to look at Wanren-yu, who stood nearby, and he had a solemn expression. This woman deserved to be the representative of the Flower Palace's younger generation. No matter if it was her instinct in combat or her reaction, both were top-rate. Coupled with the bunch of Earth-rank treasures she possessed and that strange movement technique, she was really difficult to deal with. Wenrinyu gazed at Yang Yi, while her expression wasn't carefree as it had been earlier. Her expression had become solemn instead as she said, "I've still underestimated you." "No, everyone has underestimated you. With your strength, you're entirely capable of entering the top 10 of the Ascension rankings. But it still isn't enough if you want to obtain the first and seize the Ascension token." Yang Yi's expression changed when he heard this, and then he said in a low voice, "How did you know that I want to obtain the Ascension token?" Only his master, Lin Shan, knew that his objective was the Ascension token, and his master would definitely not tell that to this woman. So, since it wasn't Lin Shan, then how did this woman find out? "I guessed." Wenrinyu said, "You want to rescue Marshall, rescue your mother, so you naturally have to seize the Ascension token. Even though it can't rescue her directly, it can lighten her punishment. Moreover, you came to participate in the Ascension rankings while at the second rank of the First Heaven Realm, so I felt that your objective ought to be the Ascension token. However, if this is the extent of your strength, then it's still not enough. Not to mention those monstrous geniuses from the Origin School. You might not even be able to deal with me and Lung Shinran." "What exactly are your intentions?" asked Yang Yi in a deep voice. Because this woman's attitude towards him was truly too unusual. "That isn't important." Wenrinyu said indifferently, "You ought to be aware of the Origin School's Yuan Tong. Even though I haven't fought him, I can tell you that my sect has already permitted us to directly admit defeat if we encounter him during the second round. You've witnessed my strength just now, yet my sect doesn't even look favorably on my strength. Do you think you can defeat him?" Yang Yi shook his head. He would naturally not tell her that Head merely utilized the first level of Sword Intent. Head already blasted her Earth-rank treasure into pieces with the first level of Sword Intent, and if he utilized the complete extent of his Sword Intent, then he was confident in his ability to heavily injure her. The reason it was only a heavy injury and not a fatal injury was because he considered the possibility that she possessed a pseudo-Dao artifact. If she didn't possess a pseudo-Dao artifact, then he was confident in being able to directly annihilate her. Moreover, he hadn't utilized the sword chest and dragon breaker yet. If the sword chest was combined with both his sword control technique and sword intent, while he utilized the dragon breaker that even Elder Mu praised, then he was extremely confident in being able to directly annihilate her. The reason he didn't utilize all his trump cards to kill her was that he felt this matter was slightly strange. He faintly had the feeling that this woman knew his mother. "Is that violet-colored little fellow on your shoulder a beast king?" Wenrinyu suddenly asked this question. Yang Yi replied with a question. "You know my mother?" Wenrinyu fell silent. Yang Yi was even more certain that he was right when he saw this. It was very likely that she knew his mother, so he immediately asked another question. "Is my mother well?" After a short moment of silence, Wenrinyu said, "The situation is slightly bad. Your mother executed a forbidden technique that day, causing her cultivation to plummet. Moreover, it even damaged her internal organs. Now, she's suffering the torture of the cold and baleful winds at the bottom of Passionless Cliff." When she spoke up to hear, Wenrinyu glanced at Yang Yi, whose eyes were crimson red and face had started to become savage, and she hesitated before she said, "But fortunately, with her foundation, it's possible for her to hold on for a few years. If you're able to obtain the Ascension token and make the Flower Palace lighten her punishment, then it would be even better." After a long time, Yang Yi took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and then looked at her as he said, "Give me a reason not to kill you. I know you still possess trump cards, or even a pseudo-Dao artifact of legend. But let me tell you that all of these won't be able to save you. Give me a reason not to kill you." If it was any other disciple of the Flower Palace, then he would naturally not waste his breath. But she was different. He would naturally not think that his mother had no friends in the Flower Palace. So, if this woman or her seniors had a relationship with his mother, then how would he explain it to his mother if he killed her? The corners of Wenrinyu's mouth raised slightly while she revealed emotion for the first time. She said, "You're really confident. Even though I don't know exactly what trump cards you possess, but I can tell you that if I want to flee, then even a spirit realm expert wouldn't be able to kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, Wenrinyu's figure suddenly vanished on the spot before she mysteriously appeared over 60 m away. In less than the time for a single breath, She vanished completely from Yang Yi's field of vision. At the same time, her voice drifted over slowly from afar. Those 3 disciples of the Ghost Sect are searching for the members of the Sword Sect over 500 kilometers to the south of us. If you don't want them to be completely annihilated, then you better be quick. Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he saw her vanish within his field of vision. Just as Wenren had said, he was really unable to kill her while she possessed this mysterious movement technique. Just like the little fellow. With the Violet Mink's terrifying ability, even an Exalt Realm expert would probably be unable to catch up to it. Even though Wenren Yu's movement technique couldn't be considered to be instant teleportation, it wasn't very inferior to the little fellow's teleportation. In any case, it wasn't something that he could catch up to right now. Meanwhile, the Violet Mink suddenly pointed towards the direction that Wenren Yu had vanished towards, and then waves its little claw with all its might. It seemed to be saying that it could catch up to her. Yang Yi rubbed its little head and smiled. I know you can catch up to her, but there's no reason for me to fight her to the death. If it was said that he merely guessed that she was related to his mother in the beginning, then what she said before she left allowed him to determine that she was definitely related to his mother. Why? Because if she wasn't related to his mother, then there would be utterly no need for her to warn him about Yuan Tong's strength, and that the disciples of the Ghost Sect were searching for the disciples of the Sword Sect. After standing silently on the spot for a short while, Yang Yi sighed lightly before his figure flashed, and he flashed towards the south with the Violet Mink. If it was up to him, then he didn't want to bother about the fate of those disciples from the Sword Sect. But had promised Su Qingshi before he entered Ascension Mountain Range that he would help the disciples of the Sword Sect if possible, because Su Qingshi knew of his ability to control dark beasts. Chapter 189 Courting Death. Of course, he wasn't heading towards the south entirely for the sake of rescuing those disciples of the Sword Sect. After all, he wasn't their father or mother. Actually, he was mainly going over to see if he could gain any benefits. Because of the little fellow, he could dream of hunting dark beasts for inner cores. Since he couldn't target dark beasts, then he could only target humans. After dashing swiftly with the little fellow for around a few hundreds of kilometers, Yang Yi had encountered some dark beasts all along the way, but had gone around them from afar because of the little fellow. The reason he didn't subdue them was that the little fellow didn't want them. Yang Yi noticed that the Violet Mink had become more and more picky towards the quality of the dark beasts it subdued. After traveling over 50 kilometers more, Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving and looked not too far ahead. There were 2 people gazing vigilantly at him from around 40 m away. Moreover, an enormous dark beast's corpse was lying on the ground beside them, and it was still bleeding incessantly. Obviously, Yang Yi had arrived at the wrong time. Right when Yang Yi was about to speak, the young man on his left said abruptly, "You're a disciple of the Sword Sect?" As he spoke, the young man glanced at the violet spirit sword that Yang Yi held in his left hand. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm just passing by. Both of you can continue with your business." As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to move around then and continue on his way. Wait. Right when Yang Yi was about to go around them, the young man that spoke earlier had spoken once more. Yang Yi stopped when he heard this, and then he turned his head to look at the young man as he said, "What?" The young man smiled and said, "There's no need to be nervous. We brothers have no ill intent. We're disciples of one of the 4 great clans of the imperial capital, the Yang clan. I'm Yang Feng, and this is my younger brother, Yang Song." The Yang clan? Yang Yi frowned and said, "I've never heard of it. Do you need something?" He knew that there were numerous wealthy and influential clans in the imperial capital. However, had never paid attention to all of this, so he was utterly unaware of the Yang clan. A wisp of rage flashed through both their eyes when they heard Yang Yi. Moreover, the young man by Yang Feng's side, Yang Song, intended to flare up but was restrained by Yang Feng. Yang Feng gazed at Yang Yi and revealed a smile once more as he said, "Since brother isn't a disciple of the Sword Sect and have never heard of my Yang clan, then I presume you're an independent cultivator of the Southern Territory. Since brother has come to participate in the Ascension rankings, then your strength should be very good. You ought to be aware of how terrifying the king-ranked dark beasts on Ascension Mountain Range are. I have a suggestion. Let's join forces and equally share the inner cores we obtain. What do you think? Yang Yi was stunned. Had never expected that these two fellows would actually be intended to drag him into their group. If he possessed a weak strength, then their suggestion would be really good. But unfortunately, the thing he feared the least in the Grand Myriad Mountains was dark beasts. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I have other matters to deal with, so we'll be leaving." As he spoke, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer and flashed towards the distance. When he saw Yang Yi refuse, a cold glow flashed in Yang Feng's eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi's figure, and he hesitated for a moment before he gave up in the end. "Why did you let him go?" Meanwhile, Yang Song spoke with slight displeasure. "Did you see the sword in his hand? It's clearly not an ordinary sword. Moreover, he's wearing that many spatial rings. I presume there is a huge number of valuables within it. Most importantly, he's just an independent cultivator. Even if an independent cultivator possesses some strength, how strong could he be?" Yang Feng shook his head and said in a low voice, "I'm unable to see through him. Think back to the moment when he saw both of us. Besides a little surprise, there was no fear or vigilance in his eyes. You have to realize that a king-ranked dark beast was lying by our side, but he was actually not fearful or vigilant towards us at all. What does this represent?" Yang Feng grunted coldly and said, "You're just being overcautious. It doesn't represent anything in my opinion. If you aren't going to kill him, then I will. But all the treasures in his possession will be mine." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he pursued Yang Yi. Yang Feng's expression changed, and then he hurriedly followed Yang Song. Yang Yi, who was rushing forward, seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly stopped. After that, he turned around to look at the young man called Yang Song who had arrived nearby. Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw that it was Yang Song, and he said, "Do you need something?" A wisp of greed flashed in Yang Song's eyes as he gazed at the violet spirit sword in Yang Yi's hand. When he heard Yang Yi, he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Hand over the sword in your hand and those spatial rings that you're wearing, and he'll spare your life." He still had some reason left in him and didn't attack directly, because he felt that Yang Feng's words made some sense, but he was truly unwilling to let such a plump lamb. Yang Yi was stunned. Does he intend to rob me? Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle when he thought up to here. He didn't waste his breath on this young man. His figure flashed to instantly arrive in front of Yang Song, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Yang Song was astounded. Had never imagined that this fellow would attack without speaking a single word, and he was even more astounded that this fellow's speed was actually so terrifying, because he didn't even have the time to react before this fellow had arrived in front of him. Right when he intended to dodge, a violet flash arose, and then Yang Song's eyes slowly opened wide. In an instant, a strand of blood flowed down slowly from the space between Yang Song's brows. After another instant, his body had split apart into two from there, and his bloody internal organs splashed all over the ground. With a wave of his right hand, a spatial ring flew into Yang Yi's hands, and then the corners of his mouth curved upward slightly to form a smile after he looked through the contents of the ring. The contents of the ring weren't bad. He didn't value the techniques and energy stones within it at all, and the only thing he did value was the two inner cores of king-ranked dark beasts within the ring. Yes, there were two inner cores that belonged to king-ranked dark beasts within the ring. This was quite a good harvest, got Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his head to gaze into the distance, and he saw that Yang Feng had suddenly arrived before him. When Yang Feng saw Yang Song's corpse, there was no rage and hatred in his eyes like Yang Yi had expected. On the contrary, his gaze was extremely calm as if had expected this. "Aren't you going to take revenge for him?" asked Yang Yi as he gazed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng shook his head and said, "If it's a disaster of nature, then something can be done to avoid it. But if it's a disaster of one's own making, then one is doomed. I'd already advised him earlier. Unfortunately, his judgment was clouded by wealth and refused to listen to my advice. He courted death himself by chasing after you and attacking you. But you chased after me as well." Yang Yi walked slowly towards Yang Feng as he spoke. With a flip of his hand, two pure white pearls flew towards Yang Yi, and they fell into Yang Yi's hand with a slight movement of his hand. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw these pure white pearls and gazed at Yang Feng while he said with a bewildered expression, "What's the meaning of this?" The reason Yang Yi asked this was because these pearls were the inner cores of two king-rank dark beasts. "Take the inner cores and spare my life. All right?" Yang Feng gazed at Yang Yi and spoke frankly. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Feng for a short while before he said, "What if I don't agree? They'll naturally try to bring you down with me." Yang Feng shrugged and said, "I know you're extremely strong, but I'm not a bug that you can just squash. Even if I can't harm you, I can still create some trouble for you." Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he said, "Why are you so sure that my strength is superior to your own, and you don't have even the slightest chance?" "Because of him." Yang Feng pointed at Yang Song, who'd been split into two, and said, "My strength is much more formidable than his, and it isn't impossible for me to kill him. However, I'm absolutely unable to accomplish it so easily as you have. Of course, the most important reason is that I've guessed your identity." "You've guessed who I am?" Yang Yi was puzzled. Yang Feng suddenly said, "You're that Yang Yi who killed a King Realm expert at the entrance of the imperial capital." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed and said, "How did you find out?" Yang Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Could it be that you're unaware of how famous you are now? Perhaps you're only ordinary in the eyes of the six great powers and the Imperial Academy, but in the eyes of the disciples from the various clans and the independent cultivators, you're already an extraordinarily monstrous genius for being able to annihilate a King Realm expert from the Imperial Guard. Not to mention that you've even fought a Spirit Realm expert." When he spoke up to here, Yang Feng paused for a moment. He glanced at Yang Song's corpse on the ground and continued, "I originally thought that they were false rumors, but now it would seem like it wasn't a rumor at all. It was a fact." Chapter 190, Diverting Trouble. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Feng and said, "Needless to say, you're very smart and sensible." When he spoke up to here, a cold glow flashed in Yang Yi's eyes as he said, "But it's exactly because of this that I should kill you. Because a person like you might suddenly jump out and take a bite at me in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath anymore, and his figure flashed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng seemed to have been on guard since the beginning, and his figure shot explosively backward when Yang Yi had just arrived in front of him. At the same time, he instantly tossed a high-grade mid-rank fire technique talisman towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi drew his sword and slashed, and the dense flames that erupted from the talisman were instantly dispersed. On the other hand, Yang Feng was already over 30 m away. Yang Yi glanced at the violet mink, and it understood him. With a wave of its little claw, a strand of violet light instantly appeared in front of Yang Feng, who was fleeing madly. Yang Feng was astounded and caught off guard, so he was utterly unable to stop himself, and it was like head moved forward to knock into the violet light on his own. Bang! Yang Feng collided with the violet light, and his figure was blasted backward at a speed that was even swifter than when he was fleeing. On the other hand, Yang Yi arrived before Yang Feng at this moment, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Yang Feng's head was already flying in the air before he could even react. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at Yang Feng's eyes, which were still opened wide. Needless to say, this fellow was very smart, but his intelligence was his downfall. Because his intelligence was an even greater reason for why Yang Yi had to kill him. After all, it was best to have lesser trouble. Or perhaps it should be said that it's best if one encountered no trouble at all. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and gestured, and the spatial ring on Yang Feng's hand flew into his palm. When he took a glance at the contents of the ring, Yang Yi laughed coldly as he said to himself, "It's a good thing I made a move against him. There are actually 3 more king-rank inner cores within this ring. Coupled with the 3 he obtained earlier, he had 7 in his possession now. As expected, robbing humans is much easier than robbing dark beasts. No wonder Qing Siye said that my greatest enemy when participating in the Ascension rankings wouldn't be dark beasts, but humans." After he put the spatial ring away, Yang Yi was about to flash towards the south. However, right at this moment, 3 figures were flashing over from afar. This group of 3 was made up of 2 men and a woman. At this moment, the 3 of them were dashing madly towards the gorge on Yang Yi's right. In next to no time, Yang Yi disregarded them and looked behind them because there were 4 king-rank dark beasts that were the size of tiny hills running behind them. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw these 4 king-rank dark beasts, because they were actually shadow hunter leopards. The strength of such dark beasts was inferior to strength-type dark beasts like the flame roar lions, earth bear king, and sawtooth tiger. However, its speed and explosive power were much stronger than the 3 examples from before. At this moment, Yang Yi was very curious about why these 3 people were able to flee before shadow hunter leopards that were renowned for their speed in the Grand Myriad Mountains. In next to no time, Yang Yi came to an understanding because he saw the glow of talismans on them. In other words, the 3 of them had utilized Strider talismans, and the quality of these talismans wasn't low as well. At this moment, the 3 of them had seen Yang Yi as well. The eyes of the blue-robed man who led the group flickered, and then he sped up and rushed towards Yang Yi. The other 2 behind him hesitated for a moment before they ran swiftly towards Yang Yi as well. The woman by the blue-robed young man asked abruptly, "Cousin brother, he might be a disciple of the sword sect. Is this really a good choice?" Even though the sword sect had fallen into decline, it was one of the 6 great powers in the end, and it wasn't an existence that clans like theirs could offend. The other young man said, "Cousin brother, why don't we join forces with him to resist these 4 king-rank dark beasts?" The blue-robed young man grunted coldly and said, "Worthless soft-heartedness. It's exactly because he's a disciple of the sword sect that we should draw them towards him, because he would definitely be able to withstand those 4 animals for some time. Only with him drawing their attention would we have a chance at survival. Otherwise, would we be able to resist these 4 animals? As for joining forces, do you think the 4 of us can go against these 4 animals?" The woman hesitated for a moment, and then she sighed lightly in the end and didn't say anything. The other young man didn't say anything as well. They were all disciples form one of the 4 great clans in the imperial capital, the Li clan. After they entered Ascension Mountain Range, they'd utilized a secret technique of their clans to find each other. Their group of 3 had killed a few king-rank dark beasts all along the way. However, they'd never expected that the dark beasts had formed groups as well. If the 3 of them joined forces against a single king-rank dark beast, then the dark beast would definitely not be a match for them. But if it was 3 against 3, a wisp of cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he noticed their actions. Why are there so many people in this world that court death? If he didn't have the violet mink by his side, then he would really be unable to go against these 4 king-rank dark beasts. But with the little fellow by his side, it wouldn't be a problem even if a whole group arrived before him. Had originally intended to be benevolent and rescue these 3 fellows. Yet now, in next to no time, the 3 of them arrived in front of Yang Yi. The blue-robed young man who led the group glanced at Yang Yi, and a wisp of bewilderment flashed in his eyes when he saw Yang Yi's expression was calm and without even a tinge of fear. However, he didn't think too much about it, and he sped up and ran forward instead, whereas the woman and young man behind him hesitated for a moment before they swiftly followed behind the blue-robed young man. Even though doing this was slightly cruel, it was better than dying. However, the situation didn't develop according to how they'd planned. When they passed around Yang Yi, the 4 Shadowhunter leopards behind them didn't look for trouble with Yang Yi, and these dark beasts pursued them madly instead. The 3 of them were astounded. They were originally able to maintain a certain distance with the 4 king-rank dark beasts because of the Strider talismans they'd utilized. Yet now, these dark beasts had suddenly sped up. The 3 of them had no other choice but to stop and battle these 4 king-rank dark beasts. The reason these dark beasts had suddenly sped up was naturally because of the little fellow. The violet mink was already able to terrify king-rank dark beasts before it entered into the king rank, and now that it had, ordinary king-rank dark beasts were simply obedient like sheep before it. Under the influence of the little fellow, how could those 4 dark beasts dare to not dash forward desperately? As he gazed at the 3 of them, who were in an intense battle with the 4 dark beasts, Yang Yi was slightly surprised by their strengths. Obviously, they weren't ordinary independent cultivators. Otherwise, they would be utterly unable to enter into an intense battle with these 4 dark beasts. Their strengths were even on par with some disciples of the sword sect. At this moment, Their minds were filled with questions as they couldn't figure out why this had happened. In next to no time, the blue-robed young man seemed to have thought of something, and he turned around and looked towards Yang Yi. When he saw Yang Yi looking indifferently at him, he suddenly understood something and immediately spoke loudly. "Are you a disciple of the sword sect?" "I'm the young master of the Li clan, Li Qingfeng. My Li clan has some ties with the sword sect. Please lend us a hand." He didn't know why these four dark beasts didn't attack the young man who held a sword, nor did he know why these dark beasts had suddenly sped up and seemed as if they wouldn't stop before killing his group. All he knew was that all of this was definitely related to that young man who held a sword, so he didn't hesitate to ask for help. Yang Yi chuckled when he heard the blue-robed young man. There's actually such a shameless person in the world. He didn't think about whether his clan had ties with the sword sect when he drew those dark beasts towards me. Of course, he wasn't interested even if this fellow's clan really had ties with the sword sect because he was just delivering retribution. When they saw Yang Yi remain indifferent, the three of them became anxious. The blue-robed young man hurriedly said, "We shouldn't have done that just now. I hope brother can be magnanimous. So long as brother is willing to lend us a hand, then we'll definitely reward you generously, and Miley clan will definitely reward you generously as well." Yang Yi shook his head. "Does this fellow really take me to be an idiot? Once the three of them are dead, wouldn't their possession be mine in the end? Why would I need a generous reward?" As for the generous reward of their clan, truthfully speaking, he didn't care. With his current standards, dark treasures and combat techniques had to be at the earth rank at least in order for him to value them. Would the damnable Li clan even give him an earth rank treasure or technique as an expression of their gratitude? Before long, they were steadily losing ground. However, right when they were about to be killed by these four dark beasts, a group of over 10 people suddenly flashed over from afar. The three of them heaved sighs of relief when they saw this group rush over abruptly. On the other hand, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed while he tightened his grip on his sword. Chapter 191. An idiot? All of them were clearly independent cultivators or disciples of the clans because they weren't wearing the uniform of the 6 great powers. They quickly arrived by the sides of the 3 brothers and sisters from the Li clan, and then the man with long eyebrows who was in the lead of the group glanced at Yang Yi before he waved his right hand. The group of over 10 behind him immediately withdrew their weapons and surrounded the 4 shadow hunter leopards. With the sudden addition of these people, the entire situation of the battle had been instantly turned around, and the 4 shadow hunter leopards were attacked to the point they were steadily losing ground. "Thank you for rescuing our lives, brother." The blue-robed young man whose hands weren't full anymore immediately cupped his fist to the man with long eyebrows, and he spoke gratefully. The man smiled and said, "As humans, how could we do nothing to rescue the 3 of you?" When he spoke up to hear, the man with long eyebrows paused for a moment, and then he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Brother, you hold a sword. Are you a disciple of the sword sect?" Yang Yi shook his head, and then he looked at the others who were fighting the 4 dark beasts and said, "You can ask them to stop." The man's brows knit together when he heard this, and he said, "Brother, what do you mean?" Right at this moment, the blue-robed man glanced resentfully at Yang Yi, and then he spoke to the man with long eyebrows in a low voice. It was unknown what he's told the man, but the man's eyelids twitched, and then he gazed at Yang Yi while a wisp of excitement and happiness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said, "Earlier, I noticed that these animals didn't attack you. I presume that you possess some sort of secret technique that instills fear in them?" Yang Yi glanced at him and said indifferently, "Indeed, but you can't utilize it, so don't try to obtain it. I'll say it one more time. Ask your companions to stop." These shadow hunter leopards had pursued those 3 members of the Li clan under the Violet Mink's orders. In other words, they could be considered as the little fellow's subordinates. So, it was naturally impossible for the little fellow to just watch as his subordinates were killed by humans. The man's brows raised when he heard Yang Yi, and then a strand of cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "You ought to be clearly aware of the assignment we have in Ascension Mountain Range. There are 4 king-rank inner cores right before us. Even if I'm willing to give up on them, these friends of mine wouldn't be. Of course, if you're willing to join us, then I can make the decision to give one of these foreigner cores to you. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped wasting his breath because one of the Shadow Hunter leopards had been injured. His figure flashed, and he left a string of afterimages behind as he flashed towards the battlefield. However, right when Yang Yi moved, the man with long eyebrows seemed to have expected this, and his figure moved to obstruct Yang Yi's path. Moreover, his speed was so swift that it was even superior to Yang Yi. Yang Yi grunted coldly when he saw the man block his path, and he drew his sword and stabbed without the slightest hesitation. At the instant Yang Yi drew his sword, the man's pupils constricted while astonishment arose in his heart. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! His sword stabbed right onto the man's chest. However, Yang Yi frowned because Violet's spirit had actually been obstructed by something. Right at this instant, the man seized the opportunity to flash over 30 m away, and he gazed at Yang Yi as he said with shock, "You're a disciple of the sword sect." The blue-robed young man at the side was astounded. Had never imagined that Yang Yi's strength was actually so formidable to the point that even this man with long eyebrows who possessed a strength that far surpassed his own would be unable to dodge Yang Yi's sword. Coupled with what the man with long eyebrows said, the blue-robed young man's heart jerked. Earlier, had guessed that Yang Yi was a disciple of the sword sect, and now, he was practically sure of it. When he thought up to here, the blue-robed young man had the intention to retreat. Yang Yi felt slightly helpless when he heard the man. Could it be that all those who use the sword are disciples of the sword sect? Yang Yi didn't answer the man with long eyebrows, and his figure flashed once more. He didn't charge towards the battlefield, but to the man with long eyebrows instead, because he had to save the 4 Shadow Hunter leopards. As for the fact that one side was human and the other was beast, he didn't care. In his opinion, humans were even more terrifying than dark beasts sometimes, and they deserved death more. When he saw Yang Yi attack once more, the man was astounded, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Please stay your hand. We won't attack those 4 Shadow Hunter leopards anymore." Yang Yi stopped when he heard this, and then he looked towards the side. Sure enough, the group of over 10 had stopped attacking those 4 Shadow Hunter leopards. Even though they'd stopped attacking the Shadow Hunter leopards, their gazes towards him were extremely cold. It wasn't just them. Even the siblings from the Li clan and the man with long eyebrows gazes at Yang Yi with an extremely cold gaze. Even though no large-scale battles had erupted between humans and dark beasts, the two races could be said to be extremely hostile against each other. However, as a human and a disciple of the sword sect, Yang Yi had actually stood on the side of the dark beasts. As if he knew what they were thinking, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Their inner cores belong to me." Even though he didn't dare about their thoughts, he didn't want others to think that he was on the side of dark beasts. Because while he really was on their side, it couldn't be exposed because the implications were too severe. The consequence of even the slightest mistake might not end with just the humans looking for trouble with him. Even the Dark Beast Empire would send experts after him. Sure enough, the coldness in their hearts faded slightly when they heard Yang Yi. So long as he hadn't betrayed the human race, then they wouldn't be hostile towards him. On what basis do you ask for their inner cores? Meanwhile, a man from amongst the group suddenly spoke coldly. Because you're a disciple of the sword sect? Even if you're a disciple of the sword sect, we have so many in our group while you're all alone. Do you think you can defeat us? Want to give it a try? Yang Yi gazed at this man and spoke indifferently. Most of these people before him were independent cultivators. Even though their strengths were really not bad, it was far from sufficient to him, because these people would probably not even be able to break through his physical defense. Coupled with the 4 Shadow Hunter leopards at the side, he was confident that if they made a move against him, then he would be able to annihilate all of them. There was usually no right and wrong in the world. He wouldn't say that they were wrong, but he had to protect these dark beasts. So, if he had to enter into battle with them because of this, then he wouldn't hesitate to strike with lethal force. When they heard him, all of them revealed furious expressions, and right when some of them were about to flare up, they were stopped by the man with long eyebrows. After that, he looked at Yang Yi. Indeed, this disciple of the sword sect wasn't a match for their entire group. But the problem was that he was a disciple of the sword sect. Moreover, there were 10 disciples from the sword sect who were participating in the ascension rankings. If he gathered a group of them, then killing their group would be as easy as flipping his hand. In short, it wasn't worth it to form enmity with a disciple of the sword sect for the sake of 4 inner cores. When he thought up to here, the man with long eyebrows took a deep breath, and then he stopped hesitating and said, "Let's go." The blue-robed young man wanted to say something, but the man with long eyebrows shot a penetrating glance at him, causing him to instantly swallow the words he was about to speak. Even though they were unwilling, they understood the principle that it wasn't worth it to offend a disciple of the sword sect for 4 inner cores. Wait. Right when they were about to leave, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. All of them stopped when they heard this, and the man with long eyebrows gazed at Yang Yi while killing intent flashed in his eyes. He said, "What?" If Yang Yi went too far, then he wouldn't hesitate to kill a disciple of the sword sect. Even though it meant that he would probably face a huge amount of trouble in the future, it was better than allowing someone to trample all over him. Yang Yi disregarded their furious expression, and he pointed at the siblings from the Li clan and said, "All of you can leave, but they must stay behind." He was a person that held grudges until the end. These 3 had drawn the Shadow Hunter leopards towards him just now with the intention of making him die in their place. So, how could he possibly forget this? When they heard this, the expressions of those 3 siblings changed. They'd witnessed Yang Yi's strength earlier, and coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was a disciple of the sword sect, then with their strengths, staying behind would absolutely equal to death. When he thought up to here, the blue-robed young man looked at the man with long eyebrows and said, "Brother, I'm the young master of one of the 4 great clans of the imperial capital, the Li clan's Li Nan. These 2 by my side are my cousin sister and cousin brother. Li Nan is extremely grateful for the kindness you showed us earlier, and my Li clan will definitely reward you greatly once we leave the Grand Myriad Mountains." When he spoke up to here, he hesitated for a moment before he flipped his wrist, and a scroll appeared in his hand. He passed it to the man with long eyebrows and said, "This is a combat technique of my Li clan, and it's a high-grade profound rank technique. This is for you. Just take it as our gratitude for rescuing us earlier. Li Nan guarantees that you'll definitely be heavily rewarded again once we leave the Grand Myriad Mountains." The man's eyelids twitched when he heard the blue-robed young man, and he hesitated for a short moment before he took the scroll in the end. He was unable to refuse the temptation of a high-grade profound rank technique. After all, the best technique he possessed was a high-grade profound rank technique, and it was only a movement technique and not a combat technique. The siblings from the Li clan instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw the man with long eyebrows accept the scroll. With this group of over 10 by our side, so what if you're from the sword sect? Could it be that you can defy the heavens? When he thought up to here, the blue-robed man glanced provocatively at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled when he saw their actions, and then he looked at the man with long eyebrows and said, "Looks like you intend to protect them?" The man replied in a low voice, "We're all humans. I wonder if brother can give me some face and let them go?" If it was possible, he didn't want to offend a disciple of the sword sect. When he heard this, Yang Yi said, "What if I can't?" What a joke. Let them go? When it came to his enemies, Yang Yi had always pursued the policy of extermination. The man's face instantly sank when he heard Yang Yi, and then he paid no further attention to Yang Yi as he turned around and started to leave. The others by his side hurriedly followed him. On the other hand, the blue-robed young man shot another provocative glance at Yang Yi. Chapter 192 Annihilation. The man with long eyebrows had just taken a few steps when a man by his side suddenly said, "Big brother Yongxing. He's a disciple of the sword sect, and we've completely offended him now, so he definitely holds a grudge in his heart. Our group is huge now, so he would definitely not dare to make a move against us. But if he were to converge with the other disciples of the sword sect later, then would he spare us? Moreover, he's a disciple of the sword sect, so he surely possesses the inner cores of king-rank dark beasts and might even possess the sword techniques and cultivation techniques of the sword sect. Now that he's all along, it's exactly the... When he spoke up to here, a wisp of ruthless killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. The man with long eyebrows called Yongxing stopped when he heard this. He didn't contemplate for long before a wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and then he turned to look at that man who spoke and nodded lightly. After that, he shouted explosively, "Attack!" As soon as he spoke, he swiftly turned around, and his figure flashed as he took the lead to charge at Yang Yi. Actually, Head had this thought earlier, and Head just suppressed it. After all, he couldn't afford to offend the sword sect. But when he heard that what the man had said, Head decided to take a risk. As it was said, money comes from risk and danger. Moreover, Head already utterly offended Yang Yi, so it was best to annihilate Yang Yi. His companions clearly possessed a very good tacit understanding amongst each other. At the moment Yongxing had said the word, all of them were merely slightly stunned before they returned to their senses, and then they withdrew their weapons and charged towards Yang Yi. In this world, there were very few times that one had to be concerned about morals, principles, right and wrong. If one had the strength, then wrong would be right, and if one didn't possess strength, then one would be wrong even if one was right. So, in the Southern Territory, it was extremely common to kill others in order to seize their treasures. Yang Yi was stunned when the blue-robed man shot a provocative gaze at him. So there really are idiots like this in the world. Right when he was about to attack, Head never imagined that this group of people would actually be the first to make a move against him. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at the figures that charged towards him, and he said to himself, I was too merciful. Why did I even waste my breath on them? Wouldn't it have been better to just kill them? With a wave of his right hand, 3 enormous figures flashed into appearance. It was gray, silver, and the tiger that the little fellow had subdued earlier, Tiga. Presently, if the little fellow was included, then there were 8 king-rank dark beasts on Yang Yi's side. With these dark beasts by his side, Yang Yi was even confident in his ability to fight a spirit realm expert. As soon as these dark beasts appeared, the expressions of the entire group, which was led by Yongxing, had turned pale, and their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. Right when he was about to wave his hand and order the dark beasts to crush these fellows, the violet mink was a step ahead of him. With a wave of its little claw, a strand of violet light suddenly appeared before an expert in Yongxing's group, and it directly blasted that expert into a pile of mush. When they saw the violet mink attack, all the other dark beasts seemed as if they'd been shot with stimulants, and they raised their heads and roared before charging madly towards Yongxing's group. Brother from the sword sect, it's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. Right at this moment, Yongxing suddenly stopped moving and cried out involuntarily. It's a misunderstanding. I'm willing to hand those 3 members of the Li clan over to you. I'm willing. I don't need your consent now. Yang Yi shook his head, and then his figure flashed and joined the army of dark beasts. At this moment, Yang Yi understood a principle. There were very few moments in this world where one could consider morality and principles because one's opponents wouldn't care about this in the face of benefits and wealth. In this world where the strong were respected, it was better to be a little more ruthless. When he noticed that negotiations had failed, Yongxing immediately roared loudly, "Split up and flee." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to shoot explosively towards the distance. At this moment, there was no need for him to tell them anything because if they didn't flee when facing 7 king-rank dark beasts, then should they wait for death instead? At this moment, all of them including Yongxing didn't think about why 3 dark beasts would suddenly appear here or why this disciple of the sword sect could command dark beasts. When their lives were threatened, would anyone have the time to think about all of this? Instead of thinking about this, wouldn't it be better to run faster? Splitting up and fleeing was a good method, and if the little fellow wasn't here, then some of them would really be able to escape. After all, Yang Yi's weakest point was his speed. But with the little fellow here, the violet mink's eyes spun about as it stood on Yang Yi's shoulder, and it waved its little claws at the person who was fleeing the fastest, causing a strand of violet light to suddenly blast onto that person. It was a complete slaughter with 8 dark beasts by Yang Yi's side, and in less than 15 minutes of time, that group of over 10 people had been annihilated, while only the 3 members of the Li clan remained. After slicing off Yongxing's head with a sweep of his sword, Yang Yi turned to look at the members of the Li clan who were encircled by the dark beasts. They gazed at Yang Yi with undisguised shock and terror. Those are king-rank dark beasts. King-rank dark beast. Yet this disciple of the sword sect is actually able to command them. What's happening to the world? You. The blue-robed man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke with disbelief. How could you be able to command dark beasts? Who exactly are you? Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and merely nodded to the dark beasts. They understood him and immediately pounded over. In Yang Yi's opinion, talking with one's opponent in battle was an extremely idiotic action. Most times, it was exactly because one talked too much nonsense that all sorts of unexpected events were given the opportunity to occur. In next to no time, only a pool of blood remained where they stood. Yang Yi took all the spatial rings on the battlefield, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly when he checked their contents. It wasn't bad because had obtained 8 king-rank inner cores this time. Besides that, there were a few thousand energy stones. As for everything else, he didn't spare them a second glance. Right at this moment, the violet mink suddenly patted Yang Yi on the head, and then it pointed at the 4 king-rank dark beasts before it started waving its little claws around. After a short while, Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Little fellow, we can't allow so many huge fellows to live in there. Even though the 4 of them aren't bad, they are slightly inferior when compared to Gray, Silver, and Tiga. Let's allow them to leave and not take them with us, all right?" Roar! Yang Yi had just finished speaking when the 4 Shadowhunter dark beasts were instantly infuriated, and they raised their heads and howled in unison. After that, they stared furiously at Yang Yi, as if they would charge over and tear Yang Yi into pieces in the next moment. When they saw the actions of these 4 dark beasts, Gray and Silver shook their heads simultaneously while they revealed expressions of pity in their eyes. Sure enough, they just finished howling when an invisible pressure instantly pressed down upon them, and it caused them to immediately fall flat on the ground while shivering. The violet mink's figure flashed and arrived in the air above them, and then it put all its strength into knocking the heads of these 4 Shadowhunter leopards. After knocking them for a while, it flashed back to Yang Yi's side, and then it revealed a pitiable expression. Yang Yi was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry when he saw this, because how could he not understand the little fellow's thoughts? He glanced at the 4 Shadowhunter leopards that lay flat on the ground, and then he said in a low voice, "Looks like I have to find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible." When he advanced into the first heaven realm, the vortex within his body had undergone a tremendous change. So, if he advanced into the king realm, then what sort of changes would the tiny vortex undergo? Would his profound energy change in color again? I truly anticipate that day. Yang Yi shook his head and then raised his head to discern the time. At this moment, the sky was gradually dimming down. Nighttime is when the dark beasts reign supreme. But fortunately, I have these 7 king-rank dark beasts and the little fellow. Especially the little fellow, with it here by my side. There would probably be no dark beast on Ascension Mountain Range that would dare to offend me on its own accord. Yang Yi glanced towards the south, hesitated for a moment, and then chose not to continue traveling in the end. Even though had promised Su Qingshi that he would take care of the sword sect's disciples if it was within his ability, he hadn't promised to be their babysitter. Since they'd come to participate in the Ascension rankings, then life and death were up to fate. Of course, it was mainly because he didn't have a good impression of those disciples from the sword sect. Murong Ya would be fine because she had the ability to protect herself, so there was no need for him to worry about her. As for the others, with a wave of his right hand, he put the 7 dark beasts back into the vortex, and then his figure flashed and arrived before an enormous tree. He leaped up and ascended onto the thick and dense branches and leaves of the tree, and he utilized the leaves and trunk of the tree to conceal himself before he withdrew a few energy stones and started to absorb the energy within them. Chapter 193 Rumor had experienced a few battles today, so quite a bit of his profound energy had been consumed. Even though he wasn't afraid of dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains, it was still better to be careful. After all, dark beasts weren't the most dangerous existences here, and it was humans instead, especially the ghost sect and the monstrous geniuses of the other powers. had experienced the strength of the Flower Palace's Wanren. Yet he hadn't met any of the renowned disciples from the Origin School and Imperial Academy who were superior to the Flower Palace. So, he had to maintain a peak state at all times. The Ascension rankings was related to his mother's safety, so he had to be careful and couldn't be careless at all. The veil of night descended soundlessly. There were no stars or moon in the sky, and the entire Ascension mountain range was enveloped in darkness. Alwu. Suddenly, a resounding howl resounded. Along with the appearance of this howl, numerous howls resounded incessantly after it, and the sounds of howls rose and fell throughout the pitch-black Ascension mountain range. Even though the eyes of human profounders could see through the dark, there was no doubt that dark beasts had a greater advantage at night. Especially some special dark beasts like the nightbirds that Yang Yi had encountered at the bottom of Death Abyss. Besides the geniuses of the 6 Great Powers and Imperial Academy, the other human profounder that were participating in the Ascension rankings could be said to have no advantage before king-rank dark beasts, let alone when it was nighttime. So, when the sky gradually darkened, countless participating profounders had found places to hide. On the enormous tree, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and remained silent for a while before he frowned, because he noticed that 3 people were silently rushing over in his direction. When he turned to look at the violet mink on his shoulder, he noticed that the little fellow had fallen asleep. Yang Yi shook his head and laughed soundlessly. No wonder I only noticed them when they arrived 300 m away. So, the little fellow fell asleep already. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he decided to pay no attention to them. He felt that it was fine so long as they didn't look for trouble with him. In next to no time, the 3 of them had arrived before the tree that Yang Yi was hiding on. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi heard the voice of one of the men in the group. That man said, "Brothers, let's rest here tonight. So long as we don't make a huge commotion, then we probably won't draw the attention of any king-rank dark beasts." One of the others frowned and said, "Brother Huang Qing, I feel like there's something off about this place. Why don't we look for a different place?" The man called Huang Qing shook his head and said, "Brother Qing Hai, the entire Ascension mountain range feels off. I think this place is a good place to hide. Look at the surroundings. Besides a few ancient trees, we can see everything in our surroundings. Even if we notice a king-rank dark beast, we can flee in the least amount of time." When he spoke up to hear, Huang Qing looked at the only woman in their group and said, "Junior sister Hai Shui, what do you think?" The woman called Hai Shui pondered deeply for a moment before she nodded and said, "Let's do as Brother Huang said." Huang Qing smiled when he heard this, and then he said, "We'll rest here tonight. Once dawn arrives tomorrow, we'll go look for even more independent cultivators. These king-rank dark beasts are truly too formidable. With just the 3 of us, we can deal with them if we only encounter 1 or 2 dark beasts, but if we encounter a group, then all we can do is flee." As he spoke, he leaped up and descended onto a branch that was below Yang Yi. After that, the other man and the woman leaped up onto branches as well, and they utilized the branches and leaves to conceal themselves. Their actions caused Yang Yi's eyelids to twitch because if they leaped just a little bit higher, then blood would probably have to flow tonight. After they leaped up onto the branches, the man called Qing Hai said in a low voice, "In the past, the dark beasts seem to have never formed groups. I wonder why the king-rank dark beasts have formed groups this time. It's even to the extent that many dark beasts are even more united than us, humans. If all the king-rank dark beasts in Ascension Mountain Range unite, then all of us who are participating in the Ascension rankings this time would be in danger." Huang Qing nodded and said, "It really did exceed the expectations of everyone. In the past, not only would those dark beasts not unite with each other, they would even fight each other instead. But this time, all along the way, we've seen that practically all the dark beasts have formed groups and are rarely alone. This is very unusual. Perhaps a leader has appeared amongst these king-rank dark beasts." Meanwhile, Hai Shui, who was comparatively quiet, spoke abruptly. Huang Qing and Qing Hai's expressions changed when they heard this, and then Huang Qing said, "How could that be possible? King-rank dark beasts are extremely proud. So, besides spirit-rank dark beasts, it's impossible for them to lower their heads before any dark beast at the same rank." Qing Hai spoke in agreement. "Brother Huang is right. Even if this king-ranked dark beast is a royal of the dark beast empire, it's still very unlikely for it to be able to make all the other dark beasts obey its command. The woman called Hai Shui glanced indifferently at them, and then she said, "How could it not be possible? Our human race has an extraordinarily monstrous genius like Yuan Tong. So why can't such a genius appear in the Dark Beast Empire? Just think about it. If Yuan Tong is willing to summon all the participating profounders on Ascension Mountain Range, then how many would follow his lead? But king-ranked dark beasts are extremely proud fellows," Huang Qing argued. Beneath the veil of night, Shui Hai revealed a solemn expression and said, "It's exactly for that reason that this is even more terrifying. Exactly how terrifying is that extraordinary monstrous genius amongst dark beasts that it would be able to make these extremely proud king-ranked dark beasts willing to listen to its command." All of them fell silent, and the night seemed to be even quieter. After a short while, Shui Hai continued, "I heard that the royal clans of the Dark Beast Empire, the Gold Behemoth clan, the Steel Ape clan, the Heaven-Devouring Python clan, and the Skyhowl Demon Wolf clan that possess the legendary blood of a divine beast have all dispatched the elites of their clans to Ascension Mountain Range. Perhaps both of you haven't heard of these 4 clans, but you just have to know that these clans aren't inferior to the 6 great powers in terms of strength." "They're not inferior to the 6 great powers?" When they heard this, the expressions of both Qing Hai and Huang Qing had changed, and their faces gradually became solemn. What did that mean? Simply speaking, besides the genius disciples of the 6 great powers, the other independent cultivators like the 3 of them would probably die if they encountered the members of these clans. "Hai Shui, are those 4 clans really that terrifying?" Huang Qing asked in a low voice. Hai Shui nodded and said, "In the past, I had the fortune to see a steel ape while gaining experience and tempering in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Its body was extremely enormous like a small mountain, and that wasn't the most terrifying aspect of it. The most terrifying aspect was its strength. I watched with my own 2 eyes as that steel ape who hadn't attained the king rank had utilized its enormous palms to smash a mountain that was over 30 m tall and around 15 m wide into powder. Even some high-leveled profound rank techniques don't possess such might. Yet that steel ape had merely launched a casual attack and wasn't even at the king rank." Huang Qing said in a low voice, "It would be all right if these dark beasts were being commanded by these 4 clans. But if they aren't..." Huang Qing didn't continue after he spoke up to hear. However, the expressions of both Hai Shui and Qing Hai had turned solemn. If a dark beast that was even more formidable than the 4 dark beast clans had appeared, then how terrifying would it be to actually be able to make the elites of the 4 clans obey its command? A little bit above on the tree, Yang Yi had a solemn expression as well. Since the beginning, Head always had disregarded or underestimated the dark beasts of the Grand Myriad Mountain because he had the little fellow by his side. However, when he heard the woman called Hai Shui, he felt that this matter was probably not simple. Even though the little fellow was extremely formidable, it wasn't invincible. Fortunately, besides the violet mink, he had another 7 big fellows with him. So, when he was added in as well, then their group should probably have no need to fear that monstrous genius amongst the dark beasts. Actually, even if he didn't have the little fellow and the 7 big fellows, Yang Yi wasn't afraid at all, because Head always yearned to fight with all his might. He hadn't utilized his full strength in that battle with Wanrenyu, and this caused him to feel slightly disgruntled in his heart. But it was fine because he would fight that monstrous genius amongst the dark beasts, or the monstrous geniuses of the Origin School in the end. Because Yang Yi's target was the first in the Ascension rankings. Since it was the first, then he was bound to trample on countless geniuses on his way up. He had no other choice in the matter because it was related to his mother. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Suddenly, he said to himself, "Shit." Sure enough, right at the moment that he took a deep breath, the 3 people beneath him had swiftly flashed off the tree, and then 3 powerful blasts of energy shot swiftly towards him. Yang Yi had no other choice. He shook his head as he drew his sword and slashed. Chapter 194 Advancement. Bang! The 3 blasts of energy were instantly dispersed. Yang Yi descended onto the ground, and then gazed at the three of them who revealed vigilant expressions. The profound energy within both Huangqing and Qing Hai's bodies surged as if they would attack in the next moment. However, when they recalled that casual slash of the sword Yang Yi had executed just now, their expressions turned extremely solemn, and they didn't dare attack rashly. That strike was truly too sharp. "You're Yang Yi from the Sword Sect." Right at this moment, Hai Shui spoke with slight surprise. Huangqing and Qing Hai's expressions changed when they heard this. They'd naturally heard of Yang Yi's name. That was the name of a top-rate genius that had annihilated a King Realm expert and fought a Spirit Realm expert while at the First Heaven Realm. Yang Yi was slightly surprised, and he looked at her and said, "You recognize me?" Hai Shui nodded and said, "I saw you fight that King Realm expert at the city in trance. So that's the reason." Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he said, "I heard you speak about those 4 Dark Beast clans that are on par with the 6 Great Powers. Do you have detailed information about them?" Hai Shui pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "I don't have any detailed information. Even you're aware that Dark Beasts prohibit humans from stepping foot into the core areas of their territory. However, there's one thing I can confirm. The 4 Great Dark Beast clans are extremely terrifying, and they're terrifying even if they haven't become king-rank Dark Beasts." When she spoke up to here, she paused for a moment, and then she looked at Yang Yi and said, "Of course, they are only terrifying to us." Yang Yi smiled and stopped asking about this. He looked at the 2 others that still had slightly vigilant expressions and said, "I have no ill intent towards all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he paid no further attention to them, and he leaped up onto the tree and continued absorbing the energy stones. The 3 of them glanced at each other and hesitated for a moment, yet they still chose to leave this place and search for another place to hide. There was no justice and morality in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Yang Yi possessed a formidable strength. Even though he had no ill intent towards them now, no one could guarantee that it would always remain the same. In any case, for safety's sake, they didn't want to stay together with a person that was much stronger than they were. Yang Yi didn't show any reaction towards their choice, and he just continued concentrating on absorbing the spirit energy within the energy stones. Time gradually flowed by, and it was soon late in the night. The furious roars of dark beasts could be occasionally heard amidst the deathly silent mountain range, and every single time these furious roars resounded, it represented that human profounders had been discovered by the dark beasts. Besides those monstrous geniuses from the 6 Great Powers and the Imperial Academy, very few others could survive being noticed by dark beasts at night. However, all of this was unrelated to Yang Yi. At this moment, he was doing his best to absorb the energy stones, and stone after stone was absorbed and transformed into a pile of powder. The first glimmer of dawn had just descended when Yang Yi woke up. At the instant he opened his eyes, a wisp of pleasant surprise flashed within the depths of his eyes because he noticed that Head advanced into the 3rd rank of the First Heaven Realm. Up until now, Head had been constantly working hard on making improvements in his combat techniques and physical body, whereas he very rarely cultivated seriously to improve his cultivation. So, up until last night, he was still merely at the 2nd rank of the First Heaven Realm. But Head never imagined that he would advance by a rank after absorbing energy stones overnight. This was undoubtedly joyous news for Yang Yi. After all, every single bit of strength made a difference to his ability to protect himself while he resided within Ascension Mountain range. As if Head thought of something, Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly and hurriedly scanned the world in the vortex within his body. Just as Head expected, the space in the vortex had expanded once more when he advanced into the 3rd rank of the First Heaven Realm. The smile on Yang Yi's face grew wider when he noticed this change. Even though he didn't know what the origins of the tiny vortex was, there was no doubt in his mind that it was an extremely formidable thing. Moreover, while he still didn't know its true effects, he didn't doubt for a second that the current effects it possessed were already extremely heaven-defying. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about this, and then he turned his head to look at the violet mink that was still fast asleep. He laughed soundlessly, embraced the little fellow in his arms, and then flashed towards the south. However, he hadn't gone far when he stopped once more because 3 people were jointly attacking a king-rank dark beast at the side of a nearby mountain. These three people were none other than those three people that Head gotten into slight conflict with. Yang Yi knew the dark beast that they were fighting because He'd seen such a dark beast in the past. It was part of the Flame Roar Lion clan, and the only difference was that this one was at the king rank. The three of them had pretty good strengths. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for them to jointly defeat a king-rank dark beast. However, to Yang Yi's surprise, it wasn't the three of them who were jointly laying siege onto the king-rank dark beast, and it was the Flame Roar Lion instead that was suppressing the three of them. Yang Yi's interests were aroused when he noticed this. He was interested in all formidable king-rank dark beasts because this represented that he might obtain an extraordinary subordinate. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi didn't choose to make a move but hid instead, and he observed the battle between them. Bang! Huang Qing slapped his palm against the Flame Roar Lion's head. However, it wasn't harmed at all. On the contrary, Huang Qing was blasted flying instead. Hai Shui and Qing Hai's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, because the strength and physical defense of this king-rank dark beast was too terrifying. Astonishment arose in the eyes of Huang Qing. They were clearly aware of the defensive strength of king-rank dark beasts, and it was precisely because of this that he was astonished. He hadn't held back when he struck that palm just now, and an ordinary king-rank dark beast would have been injured by it. But this Flame Roar Lion seemed as if it didn't even feel that attack. At this moment, he was regretful. It wasn't just Huang Qing who was regretful. Hai Shui and Qing Hai were the same. They regretted choosing this lone Flame Roar Lion as their prey. They'd woken up and set out in search of other independent cultivators when dawn arrived. However, when they arrived here, they noticed this king-rank dark beast that was by itself, and this caused them to be pleasantly surprised. After that, they displayed extreme tacit understanding and attacked this Flame Roar Lion. However, unexpected to them, this Flame Roar Lion's strength was so formidable, and it was formidable to the point their joint forces couldn't harm it at all. No, they weren't a match for it even when they joined forces. If they hadn't formed some tacit understanding between themselves, then they would probably be within its belly by now. After it blasted Huang Qing back, the Flame Roar Lion didn't cease attacking. It raised its head and roared before its figure leaped towards Huang Qing, who'd been blasted flying. Moreover, the ground where its legs once stood had directly collapsed beneath the force it exerted. When they saw it pounce at Huang Qing, both Qing Hai and Hai Shui didn't hesitate at all to stand before Huang Qing and launch all sorts of combat techniques at the Flame Roar Lion. Presently, they were a group and had to help each other, because if Huang Qing perished, then the two of them would be utterly unable to resist this formidable Flame Roar Lion. After he fell to the ground, Huang Qing didn't choose to run, and he chose to help Qing Hai and Hai Shui. He similarly understood the principle that if he was pursued by a king-rank dark beast in the Grand Myriad Mountains, then it would mostly end in his death. Since it was like that, it was better to join forces with them and fight desperately, because in this way, they might have a chance of survival. As he watched the intense battle, Yang Yi nodded lightly. Needless to say, the Flame Roar Lion's strength was not bad at all, because if it was gray or silver in the place of that Flame Roar Lion, they would have probably perished at the hands of these three fellows. However, not only was this Flame Roar Lion completely unharmed, it was suppressing the three of them instead. According to Yang Yi's estimations, its strength was probably not inferior to that Earth Bear King, which was halfway into the spirit realm, and even if there was a gap in their strengths, it wouldn't be a big one. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi shook the violet mink that was still sleeping on his shoulder, and it unwillingly opened its eyes. As soon as it woke up, the first thing the little fellow did was pull Yang Yi's ears with all its might. Yang Yi hurriedly apologized, and then he pointed to the Flame Roar Lion in the distance. When it laid eyes on the Flame Roar Lion, the violet mink's eyes that were still slightly drowsy had instantly lit up, and then it hastily nodded before a violet glow flashed on its body as it intended to go get another subordinate. Yang Yi hurriedly grabbed the little fellow in his arms because he didn't want the violet mink to make an appearance in front of all of them. After he calmed the violet mink down, Yang Yi's figure flashed and appeared on the battlefield. Yang Yi's sudden appearance caused the Flame Roar Lion and Huang Qing's group of three to be stunned, and then they immediately stopped the battle. Chapter 195 Violet-Robed Young Man. Leave. Yang Yi glanced at the three of them before he spoke indifferently. The three of them exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then revealed grateful expressions. Huang Qing said, "Brother Yang, even though we aren't strong, we can still be of some help, so why don't the four of us join forces?" Obviously, they felt that Yang Yi had come to help. Yang Yi was quite satisfied with their reaction. Even though he wasn't really here to help, based on the fact that they'd offered to help, they were clearly not the type of people that were ungrateful. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Quickly leave this place. They'll naturally be able to deal with it." Huang Qing intended to continue, yet he was stopped by Hai Shui. She glanced deeply at the flame-roar lion that was remaining extremely silently at the side, and then she looked at Yang Yi and said, "We won't forget this kindness, and will definitely repay it in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled the other two bewildered fellows and flashed towards the distance. "What a smart girl!" Yang Yi praised in a low voice when he saw her actions. When the three of them had completely vanished in the distance, Yang Yi finally looked at the flame-roar lion. It was completely covered in fiery red fur while its figure was extremely huge, and it was even larger than both silver and gray. At this moment, the flame-roar lion was emanating sparks from its mouth, while it stared fixedly at the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder. Moreover, its legs were ceaselessly scraping on the ground, as if it wanted to move forward yet didn't dare to do so. Dark beasts, especially formidable dark beasts, were able to instinctively notice when they were facing even stronger dark beasts or things that were dangerous to them. At this moment, this flame-roar lion sensed danger from the violet mink. Yang Yi gazed at the violet mink and smiled as he said, "Little fellow, it's up to you." The violet mink nodded, and then its figure flashed and instantly arrived above the flame-roar lion. Right when the violet mink was about to release its pressure, Yang Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. His expression changed as he raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, an enormous being that was over 30 m long and over 60 m wide was descending down towards him and the violet mink. It was a flying dark beast. Yang Yi's figure flashed to the violet mink's side, and he grabbed the little fellow in his arms before he executed the Gale Steps technique and flashed over 30 m away. After that, he gazed at the enormous flying dark beast with a solemn expression. The flying dark beast didn't pursue Yang Yi and the violet mink, and it continued descending slowly. When it came close to the ground, Yang Yi finally saw the full appearance of it, and he recognized it as a lightning eagle from the Grand Myriad Mountains. The lightning eagle was enormous and could traverse over 5,000 kilometers in half a day of time. If it was during a lightning storm, then its speed would be even swifter because it could utilize the energy of lightning. As for its combat strength, it was slightly weak. However, because it could fly, so humans and dark beasts beneath the spirit realm were helpless against it. Suddenly, Yang Yi's pupils constricted while the profound energy in his body couldn't help but circulate. Because only now did he notice that a robust violet-robed young man was standing on the lightning eagle's wide back. The young man's appearance was extremely handsome, and if it wasn't because of his robust figure, one would think that he was a refined scholar. When the lightning eagle descended to the ground, the nearby flame-roar lion immediately lay prone on the ground. Of course, it wasn't submitting before the lightning eagle, and it was submitting before the young man who stood on the lightning eagle. A shape-shifted dark beast at the spirit rank? This thought arose in Yang Yi's mind when he witnessed this scene. However, he quickly disproved this thought. It was impossible for spirit-rank dark beasts to appear on the Ascension Mountain range because the experts from the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire weren't there for nothing. Since he isn't a spirit-rank dark beast, then what's going on? Yang Yi was sure that this young man was definitely not human. The violet-robed young man walked down slowly from the lightning eagle's back and arrived near Yang Yi. He glanced at Yang Yi before directly disregarding Yang Yi, and then he looked at the violet mink in Yang Yi's embrace. A wisp of a solemn expression flashed in his eyes when he caught sight of the violet mink, and then his lips parted lightly as silent ripples floated towards the violet mink. At this moment, the violet mink wasn't playful and mischievous anymore. It gazed at the violet-robed young man, pointed its little claw at the flame-roar lion by the young man's side, and then pointed at Yang Yi. It was obvious what it meant. The young man's expression changed. He glanced at Yang Yi before he slowly shook his head. The violet mink was infuriated when it saw the young man shake his head. With a wave of its little claw, a strand of violet light instantly arrived in front of the young man. The young man's expression changed once more. He clenched his right hand into a fist before punching that strand of violet light. Bang! The violet light dispersed. The little fellow was furious. Its figure flashed into the air while an invisible pressure covered the heavens and the earth as it enveloped down towards the young man and those two other dark beasts. The violet-robed young man's pupils constricted when he sensed this pressure, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He let out a loud shout as he flattened his right palm and pressed it forward. After that, he suddenly twisted his palm and a strand of terrifying aura surged out explosively to resist the violet mink's pressure. However, the violet mink's pressure was growing stronger and stronger, and it caused the young man to retreat incessantly. As for the lightning eagle and the flame-roar lion by the young man's side, at this moment, both these dark beasts were flat on the ground while their bodies trembled violently. It was like doomsday had descended upon them. When he saw the violet mink enter into battle with the young man, Yang Yi naturally didn't stand by idly. He suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot and shot explosively towards the young man, and he didn't hesitate to draw his sword and slash upon arriving in front of the young man. The young man grunted coldly when he saw Yang Yi shoot over explosively, and a wisp of disdain flashed in his eyes. He clenched his left hand into a fist before smashing it down towards Yang Yi. Clang! The violet spirit sword trembled violently, and then numbness started spreading throughout his arm. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart. He was shocked by how formidable this young man's defense was, because his attack was actually unable to break through the young man's defense. Of course, he hadn't utilized his full strength. The young man glanced at Yang Yi with surprise and said, "The strength of your attack isn't bad, but that's all." As he spoke, his left hand moved backward, and he was about to launch an attack at Yang Yi. However, right at this moment, a strand of violet light suddenly appeared in front of him. This strand of violet light that appeared abruptly caused the young man's expression to change. This attack is truly too strange, and it just appears out of nowhere. The young man had no choice but to restrain his attack, flash backward, and dodge this strand of violet light. Right when the young man had just flashed over 10 backward, another strand of violet light appeared in front of him again. This time, an extremely solemn and shocked expression appeared in his eyes. It wasn't just that. An invisible pressure even forcefully suppressed him. Even though the strength of this pressure wasn't at an unbearable extent that would cause him to be like the other two dark beasts at the side, it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable as if his arms and legs were tied up. The young man didn't dodge this time. He smashed his right fist forward to blast the violet light into pieces. However, even though the violet light had been blasted to pieces, had been blasted back by over 10 steps as well. Obviously, the violet light this time was much stronger than the last. At the same time, Yang Yi had arrived in front of the young man. Just like before, he drew his sword and slashed, and unlike the last time, had utilized his entire strength besides his sword intent. When he saw Yang Yi appear in front of him again, the young man grunted coldly with disdain before he directly blasted his fist towards Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi took 6 steps back while the young man took 3. However, the young man's expression had changed once more because a blood-red scar had appeared on his fist. The violet-robed young man gazed at Yang Yi and was about to say something. However, another strand of violet light appeared in front of him. No, it was numerous strands of violet light. The young man was infuriated. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and the ground beneath his foot directly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, an area of over 30 with the young man at the center had collapsed into a pit. Moreover, numerous cracks that were thick as an arm were ceaselessly spreading swiftly towards the surroundings. The young man, on the other hand, had relied on the counterforce from this to shoot out like a cannonball, and his body directly smashed apart the countless strands of violet light that had appeared in front of him. After that, his speed didn't reduce at all as he shot explosively towards the violet mink. obviously, he knew where the problem was, and he would be eternally restrained unless he dealt with this mysterious little fellow first. Yang Ye's expression changed when he saw the young man attack the violet mink, and killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to increase his speed to its limits, and his sword carries a strand of bright golden light as he stabbed it towards the young man. The violet mink blinked when it saw the violet-robed young man charge towards it, and then its figure flashed and directly appeared where the young man stood just now. Chapter 196, Shape-Shifted Dark Beast. The violet-robed young man's pupils constricted when he saw this. That's actual spatial teleportation. The young man didn't have any time to think because Yang Yi had arrived behind him, and his expression turned savage when he sensed Yang Ye's arrival. He said furiously, "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man turned around and directly swung his fist at Yang Yi. This time, his punch was much stronger than the punches had struck before this, because everywhere it passed, the air was completely swept away, and an extremely obvious void appeared before him. Yang Ye's expression changed when he sensed the might within the young man's punch, and a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed in his eyes. The profound energy within his body surged madly into violet spirit, and with the boost of his golden profound energy, dazzling golden light flickered on violet spirit. After that, Yang Yi shouted loudly as he stabbed his sword forcefully at the young man's fist. Bang! The sword and fist collided violently, and a wave of force erupted from the point of collision. Both of them were blasted back by the force, and the violet-robed young man had merely taken a few steps back when a few strands of violet light had suddenly appeared in front of him. The corners of the young man's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. This fight was truly too aggrieving for him. Even though the violet light was unable to inflict any lethal harm on him, it was troublesome and difficult to deal with. Moreover, its might was extremely formidable. Even if his physical body was formidable, it would probably be painful to be hit by a few. Of course, the main point was that it was troublesome. Moreover, he was simply helpless against that mysterious little fellow because not only could the little fellow execute such mysterious strands of violet light, it had the mysterious ability to teleport and the mysterious invisible pressure it could emanate. Not to mention that there was another human in the battle. He wouldn't even be willing to fight the mysterious violet-colored little fellow in a one-on-one battle. Why? Because he could only receive a beating in the battle. After he blasted the violet light into pieces with a punch, the young man hurriedly said, "Stop." The violet mink didn't care about this and was about to wave its little claw, yet it was stopped by Yang Yi. The violet mink glared fiercely at the young man, and then its figure flashed before it arrived in front of the lightning eagle and flame roar lion that were lying flat on the ground. The little fellow completely disregarded whether these two dark beasts were willing, and it waved its claw, causing a strand of violet light to envelop these two colossi and transport them into Yang Ye's vortex dantian. Yang Yi was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the violet-robed young man's expression changed violently. How did those two king-rank dark beasts vanish? He glanced at the violet mink before he looked at Yang Yi and said, "It's very mysterious. I've never seen such a dark beast clan in the Dark Beast Empire. But it possesses a bloodline pressure, and this pressure is even more formidable than the bloodline pressure of the Skyhowl Demon Wolf clan that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Human, tell me exactly what its origins are." According to rumor, only spirit-rank dark beasts can take human form. You're not at the spirit rank yet have taken human form. Why is that? Yang Yi replied with a question. The young man's face sank, and he said in a low voice, "Human, am asking the questions here." Yang Yi grunted coldly. With a flip of his wrist, he stuck Violet Spirit in the ground and said, "Don't use such a questioning tone with me. I know you're not afraid of us, but it's the same for us as well. If you can't straighten out your mentality, then we can have another fight." "You," the young man said with disdain, "if you didn't have that little fellow on your shoulder, would you even have the qualifications to challenge me? Human, you think too highly of yourself. I'll tell you one last time. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll spare your life out of consideration for it." Otherwise, humph. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Yi put Violet's spirit away, and then he patted the violet mink and said, "Be obedient and watch. Don't help. Watch how I deal with him." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed, and he shot explosively at the young man. Yang Yi wasn't infuriated at all by the young man's contempt and disregard, because he knew that dark beasts only respected strength. If one didn't have strength, then it was practically impossible to make dark beasts respect a person. Of course, he hadn't taken the initiative to attack because he wanted the young man to respect him. He wanted to see exactly how far the gap in terms of physical strength and defense between him and a true monstrous genius of the Dark Beast Empire was. Yang Yi didn't hold back, nor did he dare hold back. His golden, profound energy surged madly within his body, and faint golden light arose on his arms. The young man grunted coldly with disdain when he noticed Yang Yi's actions. This human's sword techniques aren't bad. If he used a sword, then perhaps he would be a little troublesome to deal with. However, he has abandoned his sword for his fists. Isn't he courting death? When he arrived in front of the violet-robed young man, Yang Yi didn't make any fancy movements, and just like the young man had done before, he smashed his fist over. It was simple and direct. The young man's response was similarly very direct and simple, and he smashed his fist over as well. Just like that, two fists collided. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the ground where they stood was instantly shattered into pieces. After that, Yang Yi moved backward by 10 steps, while the young man merely took 3 steps back. However, the young man's gaze towards Yang Yi wasn't filled with contempt as it had just moments before, and there was only shock and curiosity there now. Yang Yi shook his head when he saw that head retreated by 10 steps. My physical strength is still much inferior to these true monstrous geniuses of the Dark Beast Empire. Looks like if I have the time after this, I must go see Elder Mu to improve my physical strength and defense. The violet-robed young man gazed at Yang Yi as he said, "Human, I underestimated you just now. I never expected your physical strength is already on par with some king-ranked dark beasts of my Dark Beast Empire. How did you accomplish it? Is it important?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently, and then his figure shot forward explosively once more. This fellow was a superb sparring partner, and he would probably not have another chance if he let this opportunity slip by. So, he naturally didn't intend to stop after just a little test. Even though your physical body is comparable to king-ranked dark beasts of my Dark Beast Empire, it's still too weak in my opinion. When he finished speaking these words, the young man took a step forward while his legs curved slightly. After a short moment of silence, he suddenly stomped the ground, and his figure leaped up to arrive above Yang Yi before he raised his right leg and smashed it down forcefully at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's golden, profound energy surged into his fists, and then he let out a loud shout as he swiftly blasted his fists upwards. With the boost from his golden, profound energy, Yang Yi's fists were like golden fists that were extremely dazzling. Of course, its might was extremely terrifying as well, and everywhere his fists passed, the sound of air exploding resounded. Bang! Their attacks collided, and it caused the ground to quake violently. In the next moment, Yang Yi's feet were directly pressed into the ground, and with Yang Yi as the center, numerous thick and large rifts swiftly swept towards the surroundings. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression was extremely solemn, because when the young man's leg had pressed down on his fists, he felt like it wasn't the strength of a single person at all, and it felt like the weight of a mountain. If he didn't possess the boost from the golden, profound energy, then merely his physical strength and defense would be utterly insufficient to endure a single kick from this violet-robed young man. Right when he was about to exert force once more, Yang Yi suddenly shouted explosively and shot out explosively from the ground, while pushing the violet-robed young man up. The young man grunted coldly and exerted strength once more, causing Yang Yi, who was moving upwards, to be instantly pressed down once more. Bang! Along with an enormous bang, Yang Yi's entire body was smashed into the ground once more. The young man was about to follow up with another attack. However, he seemed to have thought of something and glanced at the violet mink. His eyelids twitched when he saw the violet mink was gazing at him with a hostile gaze. He hesitated for a moment, and didn't follow up with another attack in the end. He just grunted coldly before he flashed to the side, because he was truly unwilling to offend this mysterious little fellow. Bang! Yang Yi emerged from the ground. At this moment, he was in an extremely embarrassing state. His hair and entire body were covered in dirt. But fortunately, there were no injuries on his body. I only used 60% of my strength just now. The young man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Moreover, I still haven't taken my original form. Yang Yi nodded and said, I have to admit that if it's in terms of physical strength and defense, then you're much stronger than me. However, let's have a real battle now. As soon as he finished speaking, Violet's spirit appeared in his palm with a twist of his wrist. At the same time, a strand of sword intent surged out and enveloped the young man. When he sensed Yang Yi's sword intent, his expression changed, and he said, Sword intent, it's actually sword intent. Human, it looks like I've really underestimated you just now. But if you intend to defeat me with sword intent, then allow me to tell you that you're too naive. Chapter 197 Battle. When Yang Yi held a sword and utilized sword intent, his imposing aura became extremely fierce. A few strands of golden sword lights would occasionally shoot out from Violet's spirit and descend to the ground. Every single time this happened, a few pitch black holes would appear on the ground. Energy split sword technique. Amidst a loud shout, Yang Yi held Violet's spirit in his hand as he slashed it towards the violet-robed young man from afar. In an instant, 2 golden strands of sword chi shot out explosively from the tip of Violet's spirit. At the same time, his figure flashed, and numerous afterimages were left behind by his sword as he flashed towards the violet-robed young man. Perhaps others would wish for nothing more than to have a long-distance battle when facing dark beasts, but in Yang Yi's opinion, he was more suited to close-quartered combat. Why? Because his strength could penetrate his opponent's defense. With the boost from his sword intent, the golden strands of sword chi grew even sharper and swifter. In less than the time for a single breath, the sword chi had traversed a distance of around 30 m and arrived before the young man. The young man grunted coldly before executing a simple punch. Bang! Yang Yi's golden sword chi instantly dispersed into the air, whereas the young man's expression changed slightly, because 2 blood-red scars had appeared on his fist. As expected of sword intent, it really is sharp. The young man spoke in a low voice, and then his figure flashed towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi revealed a ruthless expression when he saw the young man charge over explosively, and he drew his sword and swiftly slashed it at the young man. At this moment, Violet's spirit revealed truly terrifying might with the boost from Yang Yi's sword intent and golden profound energy. It was swift to the point it left behind numerous seemingly material afterimages, and it was formidable to the point even space rippled slightly before it. The young man didn't dodge this attack, nor did he try to block it. He allowed it to slash down towards his head while his fist blasted straight towards Yang Yi's chest. He intends to trade his life for mine? This question had merely flashed in Yang Yi's mind. He naturally didn't believe that the young man would make such a stupid move. Since it wasn't that, then the young man was sufficiently confident in his defense. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi increased the strength he exerted. He refused to believe that the defense of the young man's head would be so formidable that it could resist a strike from him that was boosted by his golden profound energy and the first level of sword intent. Clang! Yang Yi's sword strike struck directly onto the young man's head. However, the expected scene of the young man's head being split into 2 hadn't occurred. Conversely, Yang Yi's sword was even bounced back. Bang! Right at this moment, the young man's fist struck firmly onto Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi's expression changed violently when he was struck by it, and his body instantly curved like a bow. His legs scraped the ground as his figure was blasted flying, and he flew almost 60 m before he finally stopped. At this moment, a wisp of blood was slowly flowing down from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. On the other hand, a 1 centimeter deep mark had shockingly appeared on the young man's forehead. However, no blood flowed from it. The young man gazed at Yang Yi, and for the first time, there was seriousness in his eyes. He said, "My steel ape's clan's strongest defense lies on our head. Even a human spirit realm expert would find it difficult to harm my head, yet I never expected that you would be able to overcome my defense. There's no doubt that it's related to the sword intent, but I think that your golden profound energy deserves credit as well. Is that golden profound energy of yours the legendary profound energy of the 5 elements that humans possess?" While the young man spoke, Yang Yi clearly noticed that the mark he left on the young man's head had vanished. At this moment, the young man's head had healed completely, and this discovery caused Yang Yi's expression to become solemn once more. So he's from the Steel Ape clan. No wonder his strength is so formidable. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, "My profound energy isn't one of the 5-element profound energies. It's a variant profound energy. But its might isn't inferior to the profound energy of the 5 elements." "It isn't the profound energy of the 5 elements?" The young man was stunned, and then he nodded lightly and said, "It isn't important anymore. All right, human, you can ask me a question as well. I believe that we both have many questions to ask each other." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "According to rumor, an extraordinarily monstrous genius has appeared in your Dark Beast Empire. Are you more formidable, or is he?" The young man's eyelids twitched when he heard this. He remained silent for a short moment before he said, "He is." This time, it was Yang Yi's eyelids that twitched. This violet-robed young man's strength was already so formidable, and the young man hadn't even returned to his original form. If the young man returned to his original form, then perhaps Yang Yi would need to utilize the second level of his sword intent to be able to go against this young man. But such an expert actually admitted to being weaker to that other genius. How formidable is that genius? The violet-robed young man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I know that you didn't utilize your full strength just now, but I can tell you that if you encounter him, then you'll definitely lose. No, you'll definitely die." "Is that so?" Yang Yi neither agreed nor disagreed. He wasn't being arrogant, but he really didn't have to fear anyone that was at the same cultivation realm as him. The young man seemed to have thought of something, and he glanced at the violet mink and said, "Of course, you have its assistance, so even he would be unable to do anything to you. If it kept me busy from the side while you fought with all your strength, then I would probably have no choice but to flee." Yang Yi pointed at the violet mink on his shoulder and said, "How is that monstrous genius from your Dark Beast Empire when compared to it?" The violet mink blinked before it gazed at the young man, and then it waved its little claws about while faint violet light flickered on them. The young man's eyelids twitched. He pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "If it's in terms of strength, then he's more formidable. But if it's in terms of mysteriousness and unusualness, then the little fellow on your shoulder is superior. But I believe that no matter if it's a human or dark beast below the spirit realm, both would be unwilling to fight with that little fellow on your shoulder." Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckled when he heard this. "Indeed, not to mention others. Even I'm unwilling to fight the little fellow. What a joke. A fight with the little fellow is bound to be one where I can only suffer a bearing. With the little guy's mysterious ability to teleport, only an Exalt Realm expert might be able to catch up to the little fellow." Right at this moment, the young man suddenly said, "According to rumor, a monstrous genius that's said to be the most likely to become the martial god has appeared in your human world. Is this true?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "There is such a person. He's a disciple of the origin school called Yuan Tong. However, I've never met him before he walked from the Grand Qin Empire to Ascension Mountain Range, and he didn't utilize the teleportation formation. As for his strength, I don't know as well." The young man said, "I received news that a human is slaughtering the king-rank dark beasts of my Dark Beast Empire at a mountain range around 500 kilometers to the south of this place. Not a single king-rank dark beast he encountered was able to survive him, and there were even some that were instantly annihilated. I presume that he's that genius from the origin school called Yuan Tong. I was about to rush over, but I never expected that I would encounter you." Yang Yi suddenly said, "You don't seem to be really hostile to humans?" The relationship between humans and dark beasts had always been terrible, and it was common knowledge. However, this shape-shifted dark beast seemed to have no malice towards him. The young man glanced at the violet mink, and then he said, "Besides in the legends, I've never seen a king-rank darkbeast take the initiative to stay by the side of a human. Moreover, it's such a mysterious and unusual king-rank darkbeast that even I don't know the background of. Since it has chosen to follow by your side, then I presume you're not a human that kills darkbeasts indiscriminately." Just because of that? Yang Yi was astounded. The young man glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, "If it wasn't for it, then I would kill you regardless of whether you kill dark beasts indiscriminately." Yang Yi smiled and said, "That's pretty honest of you. I have one more question. Only spirit-rank dark beasts can take human form, yet you've shapeshifted without attaining the spirit rank. Why?" The young man glanced at the violet mink, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Shapeshift herb. A dark beast can take human form in advance with a low-grade heaven rank shapeshift herb." Low-grade heaven rank. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched because even he might not be able to obtain such a treasure. Looks like I can only infinitely delay the little fellow's transformation into human form. But it's quite a pity. I want to see how the little fellow will look after it takes human form. The young man asked abruptly, "Can you tell me where those two fellows went?" Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. But don't worry, being by my side, right? I mean, being by the little fellow's side is definitely better than being by your side." Chapter 198, The Violet Mink, Displaying Its Might. The violet-robed young man shot a glance at the violet mink before he turned around and started walking towards the south. However, had merely taken a few steps before he suddenly stopped and said, "I have a feeling that a huge battle will occur between you humans and us dark beasts, because someone that can command all the other geniuses has appeared on both sides. I only hope that we won't be enemies at that time." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man didn't stay here any longer and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi held the little fellow in his arms as he smiled. He knew that the young man wasn't speaking to him but the violet mink. Indeed, if the little fellow stood on the human side, then besides a few king-rank dark beasts, how could the other king-rank dark beasts put up a fight while suffering the pressure it emanated? They could just submit. After the young man left, Yang Yi let the lightning eagle and flame roar lion out, and as he gazed at these two colossi, his eyes glowed while a smile covered his face. Presently, he possessed 9 king-rank dark beasts. 9. What sort of notion was that? Of course, it was still a little too few in his opinion. Why? Because his enemy was the Flower Palace. Not to mention 9 king-rank dark beasts, even 90 would be useless. When he thought up to here, the smile on Yang Yi's face gradually vanished, and he said in a low voice, "I'm still too weak in the end." With his current strength, he was utterly unable to go against the Flower Palace. Even though he was confident in his ability to shake the Flower Palace in the future, but would his mother be able to wait until then? The answer was no. Simply speaking, he had to seize the one stin the Ascension ranking, because only by doing so would he be able to obtain the Ascension token, and only then would he be able to buy himself even more time. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a cold glow flashed through his eyes, and he revealed a firm expression as he said in a low voice, "The one stin the Ascension rankings. They'll kill whomever who obstructs my path." Clang! Right at this moment, Violet Spirit suddenly emanated a sword howl, and then a strand of violet light suddenly surged out explosively from within it and enveloped Yang Yi. This sudden and unexpected event caused the expression of the violet mink who resided on Yang Yi's shoulder to change. It blinked before its figure flashed, and it directly flashed out of the envelopment of that violet light. On the other hand, Yang Yi didn't even hesitate to utilize his sword intent, causing it to surge out and blast towards that layer of violet light. However, the violet light merely trembled yet didn't shatter. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because Head utilized the tuned level of his sword intent just now. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly and discarded all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Right when he was about to utilize his enlightened sword heart, the violet spirit sword in his hand had suddenly struggled free from his grasp, and it transformed into a strand of violet light that shot into the sky and circled above him. Suddenly, Yang Yi entered a strange state. The violet mink that was about to wave its little claw had suddenly stopped when it witnessed this scene, and then a strand of a strange glow flashed in its violet pupils. Yang Yi's clothes gradually started to flutter without the wind while an invisible force seemed to be raging around him. Because with him as the center, the rocks in an area of over 10 m were being ceaselessly shattered into pieces, and in less than the time for a single breath, the pieces had been transformed into a pile of powder. On the other hand, the violet spirit sword that circled above him seemed to be cheering, and strands of violet light were ceaselessly flickering into appearance on it. The little mink was already over 30 m away, because at this moment, the area around Yang Yi seemed like a cutting field, and anything within the area would be cut into powder. Time gradually passed by. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had been standing here from the morning until noon. An invisible force enveloped the area around him at all times, whereas the area he stood was in a complete mess and numerous deep grooves covered the ground. Violet Spirit was still circling above him, while the violet link stared fixedly at him from afar, and only flashes of a strange glow appeared occasionally in its eyes. Just like this, Yang Yi stood there until night, then stood from night until the day. 3 days later, if Yang Yi woke up now, he would notice that Violet Spirit was already a little bit different now. At this moment, it was slightly larger than before while the intensity of its color had increased. The greatest change was in its quality because Violet Spirit was a high-grade Earth rank sword now. On the morning of the 4th day, Yang Yi was in trouble because human profounders had arrived here. It was a total of 4 people that had arrived. 3 men and a woman. All of them wore moon-white robes while a tiny character was inscribed on their left shoulders. This was the symbol of the Bright Moon sect. When it noticed these 4 people, the little claws of the violet mink instantly flickered with a faint violet glow. However, it didn't take the initiative to attack and just gazed at the 4 of them. The 4 of them gazed at Yang Yi, and after a short while, the only woman in the ground said to the man that led the group, "Senior Brother Qing Min, I recognize him. He's that genius from the sword sect called Yang Yi." The brows of the man called Qing Min raised up as he said, "That Yang Yi who killed a king realm expert?" The woman nodded lightly and said, "According to rumor, he fought a spirit realm expert. But I don't know if it's true." "He fought a spirit realm expert?" Qing Min was slightly visibly moved, but he quickly shook his head and said, "Killing a king realm expert ought to be true because all the disciples of the 6 great powers possess the ability to surmount a realm and kill their opponents. However, the rumor about him fighting a spirit realm expert doesn't sound reliable, because even I'm not confident in my ability to fight a spirit realm expert." The woman shook her head and said, "Let's not pay any further attention to him. Senior brother, let's swiftly carry on with our journey. The origin sect Yuan Tong has already issued the summon for a day, and it would probably be bad if we were late." Qing Min didn't speak and just gazed at Violet Spirit that circled above Yang Yi. After a short while, a wisp of greed flashed in his eyes before he said in a low voice, "He seems to be advancing right now?" The woman's expression changed when she heard this, and then she said, "Senior brother, we absolutely must not. The Sword Sect has a good relationship with our Bright Moon Sect. If we take advantage of him at this moment, then it will definitely cause us to become enemies with the Sword Sect. Even though our Bright Moon Sect isn't afraid of the Sword Sect, there's truly no need for that." One of the other men at the side said, "Junior Sister Qing Lian is right. Our Bright Moon Sect has joined forces with the Sword Sect to face our enemies on multiple occasions. We really shouldn't take advantage of him when he's advancing. We should converge with Senior Brother Qing Ming as soon as possible instead, and then gather with all the other human profounders at Cloudfall Gorge." Qing Min said in a low voice, "Do all of you see that sword? No one is controlling it, yet it's able to circle in the air by itself. This represents that it possesses a sword spirit. Moreover, it looks to me like its quality isn't below the low grade of the Earth rank and might even be a mid-grade Earth rank sword. Moreover, with his strength, he has definitely killed a huge amount of king rank dark beasts. I don't want to give up such an opportunity." When they heard Qing Min, the other 3 behind him gazed up at the sword that circled above Yang Yi. Besides Qing Lian, the eye of the other 2 men revealed the glow of greed. Qing Lian sighed, and then she said, "The number of disciples from the sword sect that have participated in the ascension rankings far exceeds our Bright Moon sect. If we make a move against him today, then we'll definitely offend those disciples from the sword sect." At that time, right at this moment, Qing Min suddenly interrupted Qing Lian and said, "If the other disciples of the sword sect are present here, then we would naturally not make a move against him. However, even you've noticed that he's all alone now. Moreover, he's even in the midst of a breakthrough. If the four of us strike now, then we'll definitely be able to kill him with a single strike." Qing Lian wanted to speak further, but one of the men by her side suddenly said, "Senior brother Qing Min is right. This is an opportunity, and we can't let it slip by. That's an Earth rank sword. Even our Bright Moon sect doesn't have many Earth rank treasures." Qing Min nodded when he heard this, and then he paid no further attention to Qing Lian and said, "Let's make a move together and strive to kill him with a single blow. Remember that he can't be allowed to escape." As he spoke, he led the charge and flashed towards Yang Yi, and at the same moment that he moved, the other two men behind him hurriedly utilized their movement techniques to follow him. Qing Lian hesitated for a moment, yet didn't attack in the end. It wasn't that she was being kind-hearted, and it was actually because it wasn't necessary. Even though she didn't want to make a move against this disciple of the sword sect, it was even more impossible for her to make a move against the disciples from her own sect for the sake of a disciple from the sword sect. Right at the instant that those three disciples from the Bright Moon sect moved, three strands of violet light suddenly appeared in front of them and obstructed their paths. These strands of violet light that appeared abruptly caused their expressions to change violently. Qing Min's reaction was extremely quick. At the instant the violet light appeared, Head hurriedly utilized his movement technique to move over 10 to the left and evaded the violet light. However, the other two disciples by his side weren't so fortunate. The violet light blasted onto them, and they perished on the spot. Qing Lian and Qing Min's expressions changed violently, and then, for the very first time, they'd gazed at the little fellow that they directly disregarded earlier. Chapter 199. He has actually comprehended sword intent. The violet mink flashed and arrived around 10 before Qing Min, and then it waved its little claw. A strand of violet light directly appeared in front of Qing Min. This time, the little fellow didn't stop, and it waved its little claw swiftly and incessantly. In merely 2 breaths of time, almost 10 strands of violet light had appeared, yet the little fellow still hadn't stopped. Qing Min was horrified when he noticed the dense expanse of violet light that appeared before him. Fortunately, he hadn't lost his ability to react, and he hurriedly utilized his profound energy barrier. After that, the profound energy within his body surged explosively to form a moon-shaped energy shield before him. Bang! A world-shocking bang resounded. The moon-shaped energy shield trembled slightly before it exploded into pieces in the blink of an eye. After that, countless strands of violet light blasted directly onto Qing Min's profound energy barrier. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and then a wave of air swept out. Qing Min was the first to bear the brunt of it, and he was blasted flying. However, right at the instant Qing Min's figure flew backward, a strand of violet light had suddenly appeared behind him. Qing Lian was astounded when she witnessed this scene. Watch out! Qing Min was puzzled by this. In the next moment, he sensed the aura of the energy within the strand of violet light, and his expression instantly changed violently. However, he was unable to dodge at this moment, and he could merely use his body to collide directly with it. Bang! Earlier, Qing Min was flying backward, and now it was forward instead. However, just like before, another strand of violet light appeared in front of him at the movement his figure was blasted forward. At this moment, the heavily injured Qing Min's eyes were filled with shock and horror. He knew that if he was struck by this strand of violet light right now, then he would instantly perish. However, his time wasn't up in the end, because that woman called Qing Lian had arrived in front of him. The woman held a sword in hand as she transformed into a green shadow, and both her figure and sword emanated a sharp whistle as they tore through the air and stabbed that strand of violet light. Bang! The violet light exploded into pieces. However, The consequences the woman faced wasn't great as well, and she was blasted flying by the energy within the violet light. The violet mink blinked. Right when it was about to wave its little claw once more, it seemed to have sensed something, and it suddenly stopped and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes. If someone was standing in front of him right now, then that person would notice that a small sword had flashed through the depths of his eyes. Moreover, the appearance of this small sword was exactly the violet spirit sword that circled above him. When it saw Yang Yi open his eyes, the violet mink's body flicked and directly descended onto Yang Yi's shoulder, and then it pointed its little claw at Qing Min and Qing Liang. Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he walked slowly towards the Two of Time. As he moved, the violet spirit sword above him actually moved along with him, but it didn't circle around as swiftly as it had just now. When they saw the violet mink descend onto Yang Yi's shoulder, Qing Min and Qing Lian exchanged glances, and both their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. That mysterious and formidable violet-colored little guy is actually with a human disciple from the sword sect. In next to no time, they didn't have the time to be shocked because Yang Yi had arrived in front of them. Terror flashed in Qing Min's eyes when he saw Yang Yi walk over. At this moment, he was heavily injured. So not to mention that mysterious and formidable violet fellow, he wasn't even a match for this disciple of the sword sect who could kill King Realm experts. It could be said that he didn't even have the chance to flee now. Yang Yi glanced at the two corpses on the ground that had been blasted into pieces, and then he glanced at Qing Min and Qing Lian. His gaze stopped momentarily at the symbol on their clothes and said, "The Bright Moon Sect?" Qing Lian took a deep breath, and then she said, "The four of us were in the wrong earlier. Please spare our lives, Brother Yang." As she spoke, Qing Lian twisted her wrist, and then four inner cores belonging to king-rank dark beasts flew towards Yang Yi. Qing Min hesitated for a moment, yet didn't hand over the inner cores he possessed in the end. Because he felt that Yang Yi wouldn't dare to kill them, because the Bright Moon Sect was one of the 6 great powers as well. Yang Yi took those 4 inner cores, and then he gazed at them as he shook his head lightly. After that, he looked towards a tree over 60 m into the distance and said, "Do you still not intend to show yourself? Could it be that you want me to drag you out here?" Qing Lian and Qing Min's expressions changed when they heard this. There's actually someone else here. Moreover, they actually hadn't noticed this, but Yang Yi had. Haha. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, roaring laughter sounded out from the tree, and then a man that wore a moon-white robe appeared beneath it. His figure flashed towards Yang Yi, and he used less than 2 breaths of time to traverse the distance of 60 m and arrive in front of Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, had arrived by the sides of Qing Lian and Qing Min. An overjoyed expression surged onto Qing Min's face when he saw this person. Senior brother Qing Ming. When she saw him, Qing Lian heaved a sigh of relief as well, because no matter what, the safety of their lives was guaranteed now. Qing Ming didn't pay any attention to Qing Min, and he just gazed at Yang Yi and sized Yang Yi up before he said, "That incident from before was the mistake of my junior brothers and junior sister. 2 of them have already perished while you're completely unharmed, and you've even obtained 4 king rank inner cores. So, it can be said that you've profited. What do you think about dropping the matter go? What if I say no?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Qing Ming smiled and said, "I'm on quite friendly terms with the leader of the sword sect's group this time, Situ Rong. I believe that he would definitely be unwilling for such a trivial matter to destroy the relationship between my Bright Moon sect and the sword sect. What do you think?" "You're trying to use Situ Rong to put pressure on me?" asked Yang Yi. Qing Ming shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I'm just describing a fact. Moreover, you can't kill them with me here." Right at this moment, Qing Min suddenly interrupted. "Senior brother Qing Ming, don't waste your breath on him. See that violet sword above him? That's absolutely at the earth rank. Moreover, with his strength, he definitely possesses a huge amount of king rank inner cores. Besides that, he's able to control king rank dark beasts. King rank dark beasts. If we're able to obtain his technique, then well." When he spoke up to here, the burning desire in Qing Min's eyes seemed as if it had caught fire. When he heard Qing Min, Qing Ming glanced at the violet spirit sword above Yang Yi, and then he looked at the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder. After a short while, He took a deep breath before he looked at Yang Yi and said, I'm very sorry, but I've changed my mind. Hand over your sword, and the method you use to control beast kings, and it'll allow you to have a swifter death. Qing Lian opened her mouth yet didn't say anything in the end. She knew that regardless of what she said now, it would be useless, and she could only stand on her senior brother's side. Yang Yi laughed coldly when he heard Qing Ming, and then he said with ridicule, What? Didn't you say that you know Situ Rong? Didn't you say that you refuse to spoil the relationship between your Bright Moon sect and the Sword sect? Why do you intend to make a move against me now? Qing Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a low voice, There are no eternal friends between sections. Only benefits last for eternity, right? I'll give you one last chance. Fulfill my conditions, or it'll make living worse than death for you. Perhaps my methods are inferior to the Ghost sect, but I believe that you absolutely wouldn't want to try it. When Head made it so clear, was there any need for Yang Yi to say anything? Yang Yi shrugged. With a command in his heart, Violet Spirit transformed into a ray of violet light that flew into his grasp, and then he raised his right hand slightly to tilt his sword towards Qing Ming. He said, I just broke through earlier, and I just happened to lack someone to test its might. Fortunately, I don't lack someone anymore. A single strike. I'll finish all of you with a single strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's imposing aura suddenly changed, and a wave of air swept out from beneath his feet. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracks apart, and at the same time, a strand of an invisible and terrifying force surged like tidewater towards Qing Ming and the others. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a sword that was about to be unsheathed, and his imposing aura seemed as if it could pierce a hole in the sky. When they noticed the sudden change in Yang Yi's imposing aura and sensed that invisible force, the expressions of Qing Ming and the others changed violently. Especially Qing Ming, the disdain and contempt on his face had frozen there. Sword intent. Qing Ming gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief, and he spoke with shock in a low voice. How could this be possible? Sword intent. You've actually comprehended the sword intent of legend? Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on them. The golden, profound energy within his body surged explosively and instantly poured into Violet Spirit that resided in the grasp of his right hand, and then he slowly raised it up. At a certain moment in time, Yang Yi let out a loud shout, and then he suddenly executed a downward slash towards Qing Ming and the others. Chapter 200 Triple Kill. Energy Split Sword Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 strands of golden sword chi shot out from the tip of Violet Spirit. This time, the sword chi was even sharper and swifter than any sword chi that Yang Yi had executed in the past. Because this sword chi was boosted by 3rd-level sword intent. Yes, at this moment, Yang Yi wasn't at the 2nd level anymore, and he was at the 3rd, which was also perfection in the initial stage of sword intent. The 3 strands of golden sword chi were like 3 bolts of golden lightning, and they emanated a sharp whistle through the air as they shot explosively towards Qing Ming's group of 3. After they found out that Yang Yi had comprehended sword intent, the 3 of them didn't dare be careless at all. Qing Ming took a step forward while a wisp of a savage expression flashed in his eyes. He said, Finish us with a single strike? You? As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his palms forward while the profound energy within his body surged explosively. Profound energy coiled and surged around his palms, and in an instant, he pulled his palms back before suddenly blasting them forward once more. Overlapping wave palm. Along with Qing Ming's loud shout, numerous palm prints condensed from energy ceaselessly surged out violently from Qing Ming's palms like tidal waves. Just like the name of the technique, these energy palms really had shot out successively, and there wasn't even the slightest gap between them. Of course, the most important fact was the speed and might of this technique. Its speed wasn't inferior to those 3 strands of sword chi that Yang Yi executed, and as for its might, it was obvious from the explosions that resounded as it collided with the air before it. Because at the moment the overlapping wave palm technique was executed, numerous explosions had resounded in the surroundings, and it was the sound of the technique blasting air apart. Qingmin and Qinglian, who stood behind Qingming, heaved sighs of relief when they saw Qingming execute a technique. The overlapping wave palm was a low-grade earth-rank technique. Even though Qingming wasn't able to fully display its might, they felt that it should be able to deal with Yang Ye's golden sword chi that carried sword intent. Before the gazes of everyone, the 3 strands of golden sword chi collided with the string of energy palms. There was no explosion that they'd expected, nor was there any loud commotion. Yang Ye's golden sword chi seemed like a sharp axe chopping through rotten wood, and it sliced through those energy palms without the slightest difficulty and didn't slow down as it continued shooting at Qing Ming's group of 3. The 3 of them were astounded when they witnessed this scene. However, it was too late for them to evade because these 3 strands of sword chi had arrived in front of them. All 3 of them activated their profound energy barriers at the first possible moment. However, the 3 golden strands of sword chi still cut through them with ease and directly penetrated their bodies. After it penetrated their bodies, the 3 strands of sword chi didn't disperse and shot explosively towards the distance. After they shot over 100 m away, they finally collided with a wall at the side of a mountain. After that, 3 bottomless and pitch-black holes appeared there. Qingmin had perished, and so had Qinglian. Because when these 3 strands of sword chi penetrated their bodies, the sword intent had instantly crushed their internal organs into powder, causing them to instantly lose their lives. As for Qingmin, he was still alive, but he was halfway in his grave. Fresh blood was ceaselessly spraying out from the hole in his chest. You didn't just comprehend sword intent. Qingming gazed at Yang Yi as he said word by word. You've attained it to the initial. He was unable to finish speaking in the end because a strand of violet light had instantly shot through his neck, and then his head flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, violet spirit returned into his grasp, and then Yang Yi walked slowly towards their corpses. As he gazed at them, Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Actually, am not against robbing and plundering others, but am against others robbing and plundering me. Moreover, I never waste my breath on others before the battle has come to an end." As soon as he finished speaking, the spatial rings in their possessions flew into Yang Ye's palm with a wave of his hand. He looked through them for a moment, and then he revealed another satisfied smile. Because there was a total of 18 king-rank inner cores and some techniques within the spatial rings. Moreover, there were a few thousand energy stones as well. Of course, he didn't fancy the techniques and energy stones at all. The only thing he felt slightly regretful about was that Qingming's spatial ring didn't contain the overlapping wave palm. Its might was really good, and the only reason his sword chi had sliced through it with such ease was firstly because of his 3rd-level sword intent, and secondly because Qingming wasn't able to fully bright forth its might. Otherwise, even if he utilized his 3rd-level sword intent, he still wouldn't be able to break through it with such ease. Even though it was a slight pity, his gains this time weren't bad. Coupled with his gains from plundering others before this, he almost possessed sufficient inner cores now. This made him recall what Qin Xia had told him about killing inner beasts was inferior in speed when compared to robbing and plundering the gains of others. Of course, the precondition was that the strength of the person that did this had to be formidable, otherwise, these people before him clearly displayed the consequences of being weak. Yang Yi shook his head before he gazed at violet spirit that he held in his hand. Needless to say, had underestimated this sword since the beginning, and had even doubted Su Qingshi's words on many occasions. Because Su Qingshu said that this sword was once a Dao artifact and even had a sword spirit. However, since it was in his possession, it seemed to have never revealed its strength as a Dao artifact, but only occasionally made some unusual movement. However, the actions of the violet spirit sword this time caused Yang Yi to have no choice but to look at it in a new light. Because it was violet spirit that brought him into that state he experienced earlier. Moreover, had faintly sensed the sword spirit within violet spirit now. He was unable to sense it in a precise manner, and he was just able to faintly sense that violet spirit possessed a will of its own. Moreover, he was able to sense that the sword spirit within violet spirit desired to communicate with him, but for some unknown reason, it was unable to communicate clearly. In short, his intuition told him that the sword spirit within the violet spirit sword in his possession and the green darkness sword in Su Qingshi's possession wasn't in deep sleep, and it seemed as if it was sealed by something instead. Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts, and he stopped thinking about this. No matter what, his gains today were enormous. Not only had he obtained over 10 inner cores, but his sword intent had also advanced to attain perfection in the initial stage. After he attained perfection in the initial stage, Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that its might hadn't just multiplied. To put it in more precise terms, the third level was a divide. Once one attained the third level in sword intent, its might was instantly advanced to a new level, and it wasn't just a multiplication of strength. So, he was a little bit more confident in his ability to obtain the first in the Ascension rankings now. Up until now, he hadn't met any of legendary monstrous geniuses of the Southern Territory like Qin Yuran from the Imperial Academy, Yuan Tong who was said to have the greatest chance of becoming the martial god, or the monstrous genius of the Dark Beast Empire that even made the violet-robed young man from the Steel Ape clan to admit his inferiority. When facing such monstrous geniuses, Yang Yi would naturally not think that he could definitely defeat them. Not to mention those monstrous geniuses, he didn't even dare to say that he could definitely defeat that violet-robed young man from the Steep Ape clan or even Wanrenyu. After all, they hadn't revealed their true strengths and trump cards. Head always held the mentality of fighting to the death when he came to seize the first on the Ascension rankings. The requirement he gave himself was that he must seize the first. However, Head never felt that he would absolutely be able to seize the first, nor had he felt that he was the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Southern Territory and could defeat all geniuses with a single strike of the sword. Since the beginning, Head merely set his sights on the first on the Ascension rankings. As for whether he could succeed or not, he didn't know. In any case, Head come with the resolution to die trying. Yang Yi took a deep breath, restrained his thoughts, and stopped thinking about all of this. He turned to look at the violet mink, and then he grinned as he stretched out his hand to rub its little head. He said, "Little fellow, thank you for always staying by my side." Had always been fortunate to have this little fellow by his side to accompany him through countless difficult days, and it was exactly this little fellow that had helped him countless times. Had always taken the violet mink to be a friend that he could trust his life with and die for. The violet mink blinked, and then it rubbed its little head against Yang Yi's face in an intimate manner. Yang Yi smiled, took the violet mink in his arms, and then flashed towards the south. Earlier, had heard Qing Lian say that Yuan Tong had issued some sort of summons. With the status possessed by Yuan Tong and his sect, I presume that countless geniuses of the Southern Territory have already converged there. So, Yang Yi definitely intended to take a look at such a grand event as well. Perhaps I can witness a battle between Yuan Tong and that mysterious genius of the Dark Beast Empire in advance. If he was able to witness their strengths, then it would naturally be a good thing for him. Chapter 201 Meeting. Yang Yi originally intended to ride the Lightning Eagle to show off, but he abandoned this idea in the end. Because if he rode it, then how would he rob and plunder others? He would naturally not complain about obtaining more king rank inner cores, because every single one of them was a piece of wealth. All along the way, Yang Yi had encountered numerous human profounders, but he didn't meet any ignorant fools, and Yang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly depressed because of this. In next to no time, he arrived at Cloudfall Gorge. It was very large and numerous times larger than Cool Breeze Gorge within the Sword Sect, and it could accommodate at least a few hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, it was very bustling because countless profounders had gathered at the peak of a mountain on the left of Cloudfall Gorge. There were at least a few tens of thousands of profounders, and this number was increasing incessantly. However, it didn't seem to be crowded. In next to no time, Yang Yi found Murong Yao and the others from the Sword Sect at the peak of the mountain. Besides Murong Yao and the other disciples of the Sword Sect, the members of the other 5 powers and the Imperial Academy were all here. However, when compared to their numbers while they were outside the Imperial Palace, the number of disciples from these powers had seemed to have reduced slightly. Not to mention any other sect, just the Sword Sect only had 5 remaining disciples present here out of the initial 10. To Yang Yi's surprise, not a single member of the Ghost Sect was absent. Besides the Ghost Sect, The Origin School's disciples were all present here as well. On the other hand, there were a few disciples missing from the Flower Palace, Snow Palace, and Imperial Academy. However, their main forces and leaders were present here. As for the Bright Moon sect, it only had 5 participating members, and not that 4 had been killed by him, there was naturally only 1 left. Of course, if these people hadn't come by now, then they'd naturally perished. As for whether they perished at the hands of humans or dark beasts, it was impossible to say. After around 4 hours passed, the number of people that arrived grew fewer and fewer. Meanwhile, the Imperial Academy's Qin Yuan walked forward, looked at Yuan Yi from the Origin School, and said in a cold voice, "Yuan Yi, your senior brother issued a summon to gather all the profounders within Ascension Mountain range. Now, almost everyone is here, but there's no sign of your senior brother Yuan Tong. How haughty of your Origin School." All the other 5 great powers gazed at Yuan Yi as well when they heard this. All of them were geniuses amongst geniuses, so they naturally had their own pride. If Yuan Tong's strength and reputation weren't too great, then even the Origin School wouldn't possess the qualifications to order them to do anything. Yuan Yi smiled and said, "Calm yourselves. My senior brother doesn't have any ill intent. The reason he still hasn't arrived is absolutely not because he looks down upon everyone. He has really been delayed by something." "Something?" Qin Yuan spoke coldly. "He has the nerve to be busy when he made all of us wait here for him? Yuan Yi, there aren't such idiots in my Imperial Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan turned around and led the group from the Imperial Academy down the mountain. Ha. However, right at this moment, roaring heroic laughter suddenly resounded from the foot of the mountain. This voice wasn't boosted by profound energy, yet was sonorous to the extreme, and the thousands of profounders on the entire mountain could hear it clearly. All of them were shocked, and then they looked towards the foot of the mountain. When they saw the scene at the foot of the mountain, the thousands of people here, including the member of the 6 great powers, the Imperial Academy, and even Qin Yuan, had changed violently. At the foot of the mountain, a white-robed young man was flashing up to the peak. Of course, most importantly, a colossus that was around 1 kilometer long and almost 500 m wide was behind this white-robed young man. The tail of this colossus was held by the white-robed young man, and the crux of the matter was that this colossus was still alive. The white-robed young man dragged this live colossus that shook ceaselessly as he flashed all along the way up the mountain. The colossus was like a strand of straw in the white-robed young man's hands, and his relaxed expression caused even Yang Yi to be visibly moved. In next to no time, the young man had dragged it all the way up the mountain. After he arrived here, all of the people in the surroundings finally discerned the colossus that was being dragged by the young man. It was an extremely enormous python that was covered in pitch black and shiny scales. However, its scales had completely warped now, and some had even fallen off to reveal the scarlet-red flesh beneath them. At this moment, the python was still alive, and its lantern-sized eyes flickered with a ferocious glow. The terrifying aura it emanated caused some comparatively weaker profounders to be unable to help but take a few steps back. The white-robed young man leaped up and descended lightly onto the head of the python. As he stood on the python's head, he gazed at everyone before he smiled and said, "Everyone, I'm Yuan Tong. Earlier, the reason I was late was that I received news that an elite of one of the 4 great dark beast clans, the heaven-devouring Python clan, was willfully slaughtering human profounders over 500 kilometers away from here. So, I had no choice but to deal with it. Please do forgive me for making everyone wait." The countless people in the surroundings were visibly moved when they heard this, and the gazes many of them shot at Yuan Tong had become reverent. On the other hand, besides a solemn expression, there was also deep fear in the eyes of the geniuses from the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy. That was a heaven-devouring python. Besides the figures that lead the groups from the 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy, would anyone else dare to go against it? It should be said that even numerous King Realm experts would hide far away from an elite of the heaven-devouring Python clan. Yet now, such an existence had been captured alive by Yuan Tong. So how could they not feel reverent and fearful when facing such strength? Yang Yi, who stood amidst the crowd, had a solemn expression as well. This heaven-devouring python strength is probably on par with that violet-robed young man, and even if it's inferior, it would definitely not be too much inferior. Moreover, this heaven-devouring python is in its original form. However, it was precisely such a heaven-devouring python that had been captured by Yuan Tong. Such strength is truly extremely terrifying. Right at this moment, the violet mink on his shoulder suddenly slapped his head. Yang Yi turned around to look at it, and he saw the violet mink point its little claw at the heaven-devouring python in the distance, while the intent in its eyes was obvious. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched as he hurriedly walked over to a spot where there were comparatively fewer people, and then he said, "Little fellow, we can't rescue this one. I can't defeat so many people." The violet mink pointed at Yang Yi's stomach. Obviously, it wanted him to summon help. Yang Yi was speechless. He rubbed the little fellow on the head and said, "That won't do. This one really can't be saved. If we save it, then both of us will definitely die." Indeed, there were a few tens of thousands of cultivators here. So, no matter how formidable Yang Yi was, it was impossible to go against a few tens of thousands of profounders. The violet mink utilized its trump card. It started rubbing Yang Yi's ear while revealing a pitiable expression. Yuan Tong's actions had undoubtedly made a display of strength, especially to the geniuses from the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy. There was naturally no need to question the strengths of their respective leading figures or the pride they possessed. However, when they faced Yuan Tong, even the ghost sect's Xiao Luo had restrained his arrogance, because he truly had nothing to be arrogant about while he stood before Yuan Tong. Meanwhile, Qin Yuran gazed at Yuan Tong and said, "As expected of the existence that has the best chance of becoming the martial god. Yuan Tong, rumors say you're the #1 expert beneath the King realm. I, Qin Yuran, feel that I wouldn't lose to anyone in the same realm of cultivation. How could we seize this opportunity to have a spar? Count me in as well." Right at this moment, Li Xianjun, who stood by Xiao Luo's side, had suddenly taken a step forward, and he gazed at Yuan Tong as he said, "I was originally worried that I would be disappointed when I met you in person, but now it would seem like I'd worried unnecessarily." Meanwhile, Lung Xinran from the Snow Palace strode forward as well, and she looked at Yuan Tong as she said coldly, "I too want to witness exactly how formidable the #1 expert beneath the King realm is. So, count me." Wenren Yu from the Flower Palace refused to be outdone, and she said right after Lung Xinran finished, "Count me in as well. I want to see exactly how monstrous the most monstrous genius in the Southern Territory for the last 1,000 years is." Presently, besides the Origin School, 4 of the 6 remaining great powers present here had issued a challenge, so only the remaining Sword Sect and Bright Moon Sect's members had rather unsightly expressions. They seemed to lack the qualifications to stand out and issue a challenge, but wouldn't it be too embarrassing if they didn't? Murong Yao was about to do it when Situ Rong noticed it and hurriedly stood out before her. He said, "Count me in as well." As the representative figure of the Sword Sect, how could he allow Murong Yao to steal the limelight from him? When they saw Situ Rong stand out, all the others in the surroundings glanced indifferently at him. They didn't say anything and just glanced indifferently at him. But it was precisely this indifferent glance that caused Situ Rong's expression to instantly flush red. "Ha ha!" Yuan Tong suddenly roared with laughter. He laughed for a moment before he swept his gaze past all these people that challenged him, and then he said, "Since everyone desired to fight me, then I, Yuan Tong, should naturally accompany all of you in battle. However, it isn't the right time now. Are all of you aware that all the dark beasts on Ascension Mountain Range have converged together now?" Chapter 202 Borrow the Little Fellow? The expressions of everyone changed when they heard this. All the dark beasts have gathered? In the opinions of all the profounders here, this news was undoubtedly like a thunderclap that descended from a cloudless sky. After all, the strengths of the dark beasts were superior to humans. So, if humans fought them with numbers and tricks, then they would still have a chance. But now, the dark beasts had converged together. So, what did that mean? It meant that all the participating profounders were doomed. Qin Yuran said in a low voice, "All the dark beasts have gathered already?" Yuan Tong nodded lightly and said, "This year's ascension ranking can't be compared to the past. This time, all the king-ranked dark beasts on Ascension Mountain Range have stopped fighting alone as they have in the past, and they've united just like us human profounders have. Everyone, I presume I don't have to speak any further about how terrifying dark beasts that have united would be, right? Why have the dark beasts acted so unusually this time?" It was Li Xianjun who asked this question. "There are two reasons," Yuan Tong said. "The first is because an extremely monstrous dark beast has appeared in the Dark Beast Empire. I don't know which clan it's from. In any case, its strength made the elites of all the 4 great Dark Beast clans of the Dark Beast Empire to submit to him. The second reason is that according to rumor, one of us humans possesses a mysterious king-rank dark beast. Besides the 4 great Dark Beast clans, practically all the other dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains are unable to resist its bloodline pressure." When he spoke up to hear, Yuan Tong suddenly turned to look where Yang Yi stood and said, "Friend from the Sword Sect, what do you think?" When they heard Yuan Tong, the gazes of everyone shot towards Yang Yi in unison. No, it should be said that their gazes had shot towards the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder. Yang Ye's expression changed. Had always thought Head hidden the little fellow very well, yet had never imagined that others had found out a long time ago. But how did Yuan Tong find out? Yuan Tong glanced at the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder, and then he said, "You're that mysterious king-rank dark beast, right? It's truly unimaginable that your ability to conceal your aura can actually deceive me." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're that Yang Yi who killed a king realm expert and fought a spirit realm expert?" Since had been exposed, then there was no need to conceal it. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I can't figure it out. Why would you have paid attention to me? I've always been keeping a very low profile." "A low profile?" Yuan Tong suddenly shook his head and smiled before he said, "Yang Yi, the death of the members of my origin school, the Ghost Sect, the Flower Palace, and the Sword Sect at the tomb of Emperor Zhou is related to you, right?" The expressions of the members from the Ghost Sect, Flower Palace, and Sword Sect changed when they heard this, and their gazes towards Yang Yi became hostile. Yang Yi remained completely indifferent to these gazes, and then he chuckled and said, "If I'm not wrong, the disciples of your origin school, the Flower Palace, the Sword Sect, and the Ghost Sect were all led by King Realm Expert. Could a tiny little mortal realm profounder like me go against 4 King Realm Experts? I do remember that it was a spirit realm expert from your origin school who was standing on guard outside the tomb, right? Could it be that your origin school killed everyone and intends to push the blame on me?" When they heard Yang Yi, all of them looked at Yuan Tong again. Needless to say, Yang Yi's words really made sense. After all, Yang Yi wasn't at the first heaven realm then, so how could he possibly kill 4 King Realm experts? Many people didn't notice that merely the Flower Palace's Wanren Yu's gaze was still on Yang Yi. If she hadn't had that battle with Yang Yi, then she would think that the incident in the tomb of Emperor Zhou was absolutely not his doing. But now, Yuan Tong shook his head and said, "I have no intention to pursue that matter. Presently, a life and death battle is about to occur between us human profounders and the dark beasts from the Dark Beast Empire. It poses a huge threat to dark beasts, so I want to borrow it, alright? With it by my side, they'll definitely be able to greatly reduce the losses that we human profounders suffer. Why waste your breath on him? There are so many of us. Could it be that he would dare to not lend it to us? In my opinion, we should ask him to tell us how he controls dark beasts. In this way, would we humans have to fear dark beasts?" Qin Yuran spoke coldly from the side. "Brother Qin is right." Meanwhile, the Ghost Sect's Li Xianjun chimed in. "Since Brother Yuan said that this little fellow is a great threat to the dark beasts of the Grand Myriad Mountains, then we should just seize it from him. If he resists, then we'll just kill him." "Ha ha ha!" Yang Yi roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he gazed at Qin Yuran and Li Xianjun before he said, "Just kill me? I'm right here. Will both of you fight me one by one? Or perhaps you intend to join forces?" "Join forces?" Qin Yuran said with disdain. "Against you? Don't think that you can act arrogantly before me just because you're able to kill a King Realm expert. Believe it or not, he'll finish you in 10 moves." I don't. It wasn't Yang Yi that spoke these words, and it was Wan Renyu from the Flower Palace instead. She gazed at Qin Yuran and said indifferently, Qin Yuran, if you're able to finish him in 10 moves, then I'll give you my high-grade Earth-rank Jade Cloud Ring. If you're unable, then give me that high-grade Earth-rank land diagram of yours, all right? Qin Yuran's eyes narrowed before he said, your Jade Cloud Ring is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished on the spot and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. After that, he blasted his fist towards Yang Yi's head. Moreover, it was so swift that countless people in the surroundings weren't able to clearly see how he vanished and arrived in front of Yang Yi. When he saw Qin Yuran attack, a wisp of a savage expression crept onto Yang Yi's face. He didn't waste his breath and smashed his fist forward as well. Yang Yi had never feared anyone in a clash of fists. Bang! An explosion resounded before Yang Yi, and Qin Yuran instantly moved backward. Yang Yi had taken 2 steps back while Qin Yuran had taken 5 instead. An expanse of exclaims resounded in the surroundings when they saw this. Obviously, no one had imagined that Yang Yi could actually fight Qin Yuran and gain the upper hand. At this moment, Qin Yuran's expression was extremely unsightly. Had never imagined that he would actually be blasted back by a nobody from the sword sect. This was a humiliation to him. When he thought up to here, a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Qin Yuran's eyes, and he said, I underestimated you earlier. I never expected that you would possess some ability. However, since I said I'd finish you in 10 moves, then I will. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward while the profound energy within his body surged into his right arm. The clothes on his right arm instantly exploded into pieces. At the same time, a thick layer of ice crystals covered his arm. In the next moment, Qin Yuran shouted loudly as he made a slapping motion towards Yang Yi from afar. Instantly, an enormous ice palm formed from profound energy instantly blasted down towards Yang Yi. At the same time, his figure flashed. He left a string of afterimages behind as he followed closely behind the ice palm and charged towards Yang Yi. Everywhere the ice palm passed, even air was instantly frozen, and numerous enormous blocks of ice appeared in the surroundings. It's the low-grade Earth-rank combat technique, 8,000 Leagues of Snow. Murong Yao revealed a rather solemn expression when she saw that enormous ice palm. On the other hand, Situ Rong smiled coldly. Had disliked Yang Yi since the beginning, so he felt that it would be a good thing if Yang Yi died at Qin Yuran's hands. When that ice palm arrived in front of him, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed as Violet Spirit instantly left its sheath, and he swiftly slashed it towards the enormous ice palm. Head see through its weak point at the moment when Qin Yuran executed this technique, but Head still chosen to destroy it by force, because he didn't want to expose too many of his trump cards. After all, numerous monstrous geniuses were staring at him from the surroundings. Bang! Violet Spirit instantly slashed through the icy palm. However, Yang Yi's expression changed right after that, because Violet Spirit had actually been instantly frozen. Moreover, ice was spreading at an extremely swift speed. In an instant, it had arrived on his hand, and then a layer of ice crystals started spreading throughout his entire body at an alarming speed. In less than the time for a single breath, Yang Yi had become an ice statue. Right at this moment, Qin Yuran had arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then his fist that was covered in ice smashed forcefully towards the center of Yang Yi's forehead. Murong Yao was about to make a move. However, she hadn't even done anything when a cold man from the Imperial Academy locked onto her and caused her to not dare make any rash movements. Right when Qin Yuran's fist was about to strike the center of Yang Yi's forehead, a sword howl suddenly resounded. A strand of dazzling violet light suddenly erupted from Violet Spirit that was originally frozen in Yang Yi's hand, and then it flashed towards Qin Yuran's chest like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 203 50% of his strength. Yuan Tong exclaimed softly when he witnessed this scene, and a trace of interest appeared in his eyes for the first time. On the other hand, a puzzled expression appeared in the eyes of those members from the sword sect because they'd never seen or heard of such a sword technique. At the instant they saw Yang Ye's sword break through the ice, the expressions of the three members of the Ghost Sect and Lung Shinran from Snow Palace had become serious. Even though it was merely an act of breaking through ice, with their ability, they were naturally aware of what it meant if a sword could attack by itself while it wasn't being controlled. From the moment Violet Spirit broke out from the ice, Qin Yuren's expression had changed slightly. Obviously, had never expected this. However, his reaction wasn't slow. He grunted coldly while he spread his fist that was originally blasting towards the center of Yang Ye's forehead, and he grabbed at the Violet Spirit's sword that flashed over like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, his movements were so swift that they were actually slightly faster than Violet Spirit. Violet Spirit's tip had just touched Qin Yuren's chest when Head grabbed hold of it. Suddenly, Violet Spirit was sealed once more in ice. This time, the ice around it was even thicker than before. Bang! Right at this moment, Yang Yi broke through the ice that sealed him, and then a strand of golden sword chi instantly shot towards Qin Yuren. Qin Yuren's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of surprise flashed in them. Obviously, Head never imagined that Yang Yi would actually be able to break through the hard ice that had formed. He didn't have the time to think because the sword chi has arrived in front of him, and he immediately pressed his palms out forward and aimed them at the extremely swift and fierce strand of golden sword chi. Crack! This time, Yang Ye's golden sword chi wasn't ever successful like it had in the past. When it came into contact with Qin Yuren's palm, the sword chi was instantly frozen and became a dazzling white strip of ice that stopped in midair. He can even seal techniques in ice. Qin Yuren's attainments in the A Thousand Leagues of Snow technique has already arrived at the advanced stage. Yuan Yi from the Origin School spoke softly when he saw the golden sword chi being frozen. Yuan Tong smiled lightly and remained silent by Yuan Ye's side. A wisp of a solemn expression appeared on Yang Ye's face when he saw the strand of golden sword chi being sealed in ice. This combat technique of his is really extraordinary. It's actually even able to seal my golden sword chi in ice. Looks like I have to be a bit more serious. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart. Violet Spirit broke through the ice once more and transformed into a strand of violet light that shot into the sky. It circled around in the sky above Qin Yuren while he himself stomped his foot on the ground and executed the Gale Steps technique, allowing himself to transform into a string of afterimages as he shot explosively towards Qin Yuren. A wisp of a savage expression flashed in his eyes when he saw that Yang Yi had actually taken the initiative to attack. He was originally prepared to finish Yang Yi in one more, but now, Yang Yi was actually even able to launch an attack against him. So, wasn't this like slapping him in public? When he thought up to here, the profound energy within Qin Yuren's body surged out, and then a very thick layer of ice started spreading on his arm, causing the temperature in the air to swiftly descend. In merely an instant, a large area around Qin Yuren was covered in a layer of extremely thick ice. Moreover, it was still spreading swiftly, but it didn't spread towards the surroundings and had spread towards Yang Yi instead. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly because the coldness within this hard ice caused him to sense danger. However, at this moment, he didn't have the time to think about anything else. The profound energy within his body surged while dazzling golden light flashed into appearance on his fist. After a brief moment of silence, Yang Ye's fist suddenly blasted towards the ice that stood in front of him. Bang! This time, Yang Ye's fist wasn't sealed in ice, and it blasted the ice into pieces instead. Moreover, a terrifying wave of energy blasted out from the point of collision, causing some nearby profounders to uncontrollably take a few steps back. Once he blasted the ice apart with a single punch, Yang Yi didn't lose momentum at all, and he carried an all-powerful imposing aura as he instantly arrived in front of Qin Yuren. After that, his fist that flickered with golden light smashed swiftly towards Qin Yuren's head. Everywhere his fist passed, it actually emanated the sound of air being blasted apart, and such might caused all the spectating profounders in the surroundings to be visibly moved. Especially the members of the Sword Sect because they knew that they'd underestimated Yang Yi. The calmest amongst the people present here was Wenren Yu because only she knew that this wasn't Yang Ye's true strength. Perhaps Qin Yuren's strength was slightly superior to her own, but he would absolutely not be too much stronger than her. Yet if she didn't utilize her trump cards, she had zero confidence in being able to defeat Yang Yi. However, Qin Yuren had said that he would kill Yang Yi within 10 moves, and she could only chuckle in response to this. At the moment Yang Yi broke through Qin Yuren's ice, there was quite a bit of surprise in Yuan Tong's eyes as he said in a low voice, "Pretty good strength. That golden profound energy of his is probably gold element profound energy. No wonder it possesses such terrifying might." Yuan Yi spoke in a low voice from the side. Yuan Tong shook his head lightly and said, "It's not just because of that. His own physical strength is extremely good as well. If Qin Yuren was serious, then he would be able to defeat this disciple of the sword sect, Yang Yi. However, it's probably impossible to kill him within 10 moves now, unless Qin Yuren utilizes the land diagram he possesses, or if he has some other trump cards hidden up his sleeve. Is that Yang Yi's strength really so formidable?" Yuan Yi was astounded. Yuan Tong glanced at the members of the sword sect who stood at the side, and then he said, "He's probably the strongest amongst the sword sect's members this year. However, that's all he is." Qin Yuren's eyelids twitched when he saw his technique being blasted apart. Had never imagined that it would actually be directly blasted into pieces by Yang Yi. He had no choice but to admit that he really had underestimated Yang Yi since the beginning. But so what? A weakling will always be a weakling. Qin Yuren tapped the ground lightly with the tips of his feet, and he seemed as if he was sliding as he moved backward by over 30 m. But in the next moment, he suddenly shot explosively towards Yang Yi. This time, his left hand was covered in ice as well, and he swiftly slapped both his palms at Yang Yi when he arrived in front of Yang Yi. Everywhere his palms passed, the air was instantly frozen. Yang Yi refused to display weakness, and he smashed both his fists towards Qin Yuren as well. As soon as they came into contact with each, then instantly split apart. Yang Yi's fists were immediately covered in ice, but it blasted into pieces in the next moment. As he gazed at the two of them who were in battle, Yuan Yi shook his head and said, "Qin Yuren's 1,000 leagues of snow can be said to have encountered a counter. If this fellow didn't possess gold element profound energy, then he would have probably been frozen into a statue by now. But it just so happens that Yang Yi possesses gold element profound energy." When he spoke up to hear, he suddenly looked at Long Shinran from the Snow Palace and said, "If Long Shinran executed this technique, then even Yang Yi's gold element profound energy would probably be unable to resist it." Yuan Tong glanced at Long Shinran and said, "This technique belonged to the Snow Palace in the first place. All those years ago, the Snow Palace owed the Grand Qin Empire's Imperial Academy a favor, so it gave this technique to the Imperial Academy. Remember, if you meet Long Shinran in battle and she utilizes this technique, then you must not allow yourself to come into contact with her body." Yuan Yi was visibly moved. At the side, Xiao Luo from the Ghost Sect said in a low voice, "Senior brother, it looks like I really underestimated this disciple of the sword sect called Yang Yi. He's actually able to fight Qin Yuren for so long." Li Xianjun glanced at Xiao Luo before he said, "ID sensed a dangerous aura from him since the beginning, but ID never imagined that he could actually fight Qin Yuren equally. Even though Qin Yuren hasn't even utilized 50% of his strength, it's already sufficient to prove his strength." "Qin Yuren hasn't even utilized 50% of his strength?" Xiao Luo exclaimed with shock. Li Xianjun sneered and said, "What else? He's the most monstrous genius in the younger generation of the Imperial Academy. Do you think that is the limit of his true strength? If it's really like that, then would he have any right to challenge Yuan Tong? Remember, don't underestimate anyone from the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy, including that fellow from the Bright Moon sect." When he heard this, Xiao Luo looked at that young man who seemed extremely ordinary, and then he said, "Him? I admit that the geniuses of the Origin School and the 2 palaces are formidable, but I don't think that all the members of the sword sect, including Yang Yi and that fellow senior brother just spoke about, can rival my strength." Li Xianjun shook his head when he heard this, and then he stopped speaking and turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and Qin Yuren, who were still in intense battle. Bang! Yang Yi's fist and Qin Yuren's palm collided, and then they instantly split apart. This time, They didn't launch another attack after they'd split apart, and they just gazed coldly at each other. Because both of them were aware that if they didn't utilize their real strength, then they would be utterly unable to harm the other. But they were also unwilling to expose too much of their strength in public. Chapter 204. Let me experience it for myself. Qin Yuran. Only one last move remains. Right at this moment, Wenren suddenly said, if you're unable to kill Yang Yi with this last move, then the land diagram is mine. You wouldn't go back on your word, right? Or perhaps you don't have the strength to kill him? Qin Yuran paid no attention to Wenren, and he just gazed at Yang Yi and said, needless to say, I really have underestimated you. You probably possess gold element profound energy, right? With a twist of his wrist, Violet's spirit flew back into Yang Yi's grasp, and then he pointed it towards the ground as he said, I'm waiting for you to kill me in 10 moves. Come give it a try. Qin Yuran's gaze instantly turned icy cold as he said, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy within his body surged madly. However, right when he was about to attack, Yuan Tong suddenly appeared between the two of them. He glanced at Yang Yi before he turned to look at Qin Yuran and Wenren. He said, can the bet between you two be delayed until the battles in the second round of the Ascension rankings? Give me some face today and put it aside for now, all right? After all, our greatest enemy right now is the dark beasts of the Grand Myriad Mountains. Qin Yuran said coldly, Yuan Tong, with your strength, would you even be afraid of those dark beasts? Yuan Tong shook his head and said, I'm naturally not afraid of them. But as a disciple of the number 1 sect in the Southern Territory, I have the responsibility to think about all the profounders of the Southern Territory's younger generation. The disciples of the 6 great powers and the Imperial Academy have no need to fear the dark beasts, but what about these other profounders behind us? So, I hope both of you will temporarily put your differences aside and join forces against our enemies, all right? When they heard him, all the profounders in the surroundings instantly revealed grateful expressions. Indeed, the disciples of the 6 great powers and the Imperial Academy had no need to fear the dark beasts, but they had to, especially when those dark beasts had formed groups. Presently, they only had a chance to resist the dark beasts by being united, and only in this way would they have a chance at survival. The Origin School is righteous. Suddenly, someone shouted from within the crowd. The Origin School is righteous. The Origin School is righteous. After that, numerous loud shouts resounded incessantly in the surroundings. Qin Yuran's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and he hesitated for a short moment before he glanced coldly at Yang Yi. After that, he returned to where he stood before this. Because if he persisted, then he would probably offend all the profounders of the younger generation. Wenren remained silent. Yuan Tong made a downward pressing motion through the air in front of them. In an instant, the entire crowd that covered the mountain fell silent. Yuan Tong nodded lightly upon seeing this, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, if you're willing to hand over that violet-colored little fellow on your shoulder and tell us how to control dark beasts, then I can make the decision to allow you to join the Origin School. Right, as an inner court disciple. The others in the surroundings immediately revealed envious gazes when they heard this. An inner court disciple of the Origin School. What did that mean? It meant that Yang Yi would have a great future, and it represented that Yang Yi would possess extraordinarily powerful backing. If he was an inner court disciple of the Origin School, then would anyone not give him face in the future? Of course, these terms were extremely inferior when compared to the method to control dark beasts. But the problem was, did Yang Yi have a choice? When they heard Yuan Tong, Wenren, Lung Xinran, Shou Luo, and Li Xianjun all look at Yang Yi as they wanted to see what Yang Yi's choice would be. Of course, the sword sect was included amongst these people who looked at Yang Yi as well. Murong Yao's lips moved slightly, yet she didn't speak in the end. On the other hand, Situ Rong smiled coldly instead. Yang Yi glanced at the violet mink, and then he smiled before he turned to look at Yuan Tong. He said, according to rumor, the Origin School's Yuan Tong is the most monstrous genius in the Southern Territory for the last 1,000 years. According to rumor, The Origin School's Yuan Tong is the #1 expert beneath the King realm. According to rumor, the Origin School's Yuan Tong has the highest chance to become the martial god in the entire Southern Territory. Truthfully speaking, when I heard all of these rumors, I always wanted to meet you. Now that I have, I never expected that the person who'd most likely to become the martial god is actually such a pussy and is actually such a shameless hypocrite. When he spoke up to hear, the smile on Yang Ye's face vanished as he said, "Don't you just want the method of controlling dark beasts that I possess? Don't you just want to win the support of everyone? Then why made up such honorable reasons? Since you want to be a prostitute, yet you still wish to establish a monument that describes your purity? If you really do become the martial god, then I, Yang Yi, would think that there's nothing great about the martial god." When they heard Yang Yi, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed, and they said to themselves, "He's courting death." Of course, some secretly admired Yang Ye's courage. The members of the two palaces and the ghost sect nodded faintly as they gazed at Yang Yi, and this included both Xiao Luo and Li Xianjun from the ghost sect. Needless to say, they really admired Yang Ye's courage. Yuan Tong's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Your reliance is the sword sect?" At this moment, Situ Rong suddenly stood out and said in a cold voice, "Brother Yuan, even though Yang Yi is a disciple of my sword sect, he's arrogant, unbridled, and fails to see the larger issues at hand. Moreover, head a ruthless fellow that even strikes killing blows against fellow brothers from my sword sect." As the leader of the group from the sword sect, I announced that all Yang Ye's actions and words on Ascension Mountain Range are completely unrelated to us. All of you can do as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, besides Murong Yao and Qin Feng, all the other 4 members of the sword sect had walked over to stand behind Situ Rong. However, Situ Rong failed to notice that exactly when he spoke these words, Wen Rinyu, Long Xinran, and Qin Yuran revealed undisguised contempt towards him. After all, there could be enmity between fellow members of a sect, and they could fight it out behind closed doors. However, when others intended to bully the members of their sect, then it was something they had to prevent at all costs, because it was related to the honor of the sect. Yet Situ Rong hadn't hesitated to commit such an act. Not to mention the members of the other great powers, even those independent cultivators revealed undisguised contempt. "Situ Rong, Yang Yi is a disciple of my sword sect. Is that something that you can change?" asked Murong Yao in a low voice. "I didn't say he isn't a disciple of the sword sect," Situ Rong said coldly. "I merely said that his words and actions are unrelated to us. Moreover, everyone is facing great danger right now. Since he possesses a method to control dark beasts, then why doesn't he hand it over? My sword sect doesn't have any selfish members. He had the chance to get Yang Yi killed now, so how could he let it slip by?" Murong Yao intended to say something further, but she was stopped by Yang Yi. He truly didn't have the mood to pay attention to Situ Rong's schemes. Yang Yi didn't even spare a glance at Situ Rong, and he looked directly at Yuan Tong and said, "Yuan Tong, I'll say it again. I'm really curious, how did you know that this little fellow of mine is a king-rank dark beast?" When they heard Yang Yi, all the others in the surroundings exclaimed with shock, and the gazes they shot at the violet mink had changed. Earlier, when Yuan Tong said that this violet-colored little fellow on Yang Ye's shoulder was a king-rank dark beast, many of the others didn't believe it. They felt that there was enmity between Yang Yi and Yuan Tong, and he was looking for an excuse to eliminate Yang Yi. After all, it was truly inconceivable for a human to possess a king-rank dark beast. But now, when they heard Yang Yi admit it himself, all of them couldn't maintain their calm, and their gazes towards the violet mink had become covetous and burned with greed. "Is that important?" Yuan Tong's brows raised as he spoke. "Of course." Yang Yi spoke in a deep voice. The experts of the Origin School had probably headed to the tomb of Emperor Zhou to investigate. It was Wen Rinyu who spoke these words. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "The members of my flower palace, the sword sect, the ghost sect, and the Origin School had all perished there at that time. So, our sects would naturally not give up on investigating. However, the experts dispatched by my flower palace, the ghost sect, and the sword sect returned empty-handed. As for what his origin school found out, it's very obvious. After all, the origin school's network of information is merely inferior to the Grand Qin Empire. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head upon hearing this, and he said to himself, I was too careless in the end and allowed the little fellow to act on too many occasions. But it doesn't matter. If they know, then they know. So long as it isn't an Exalt Realm expert of a Spirit Realm expert, then why would I fear anyone? In any case, he had no need to be fearful because this place was only filled with profounders at the first heaven realm. Meanwhile, Yuan Tong suddenly started walking slowly towards Yang Yi, and he said while he walked, Yang Yi, your strength isn't bad. You'll definitely have a better future if you come to my origin school. Of course, the precondition is you hand over the violet-colored little fellow on your shoulder and the method to control this little fellow. Oh, right, you seem to have no choice. Isn't that so? Who told you that I have no choice? Yang Yi similarly started walking slowly towards Yuan Tong as he said, according to rumor, you, Yuan Tong, are the #1 expert beneath the King Realm. I, Yang Yi, possess mediocre ability, but I want to experience it for myself. Chapter 205 The Dark Beast Army Attacks. Ha ha ha. Yuan Tong suddenly roared with laughter. He laughed for a short moment, and then he pointed a finger on his right hand towards the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder and said, You intend to rely on it? I don't know what sort of ability it actually possesses that it's able to exert pressure on other dark beasts, but no matter how mysterious and formidable it is, can it compare to that heaven-devouring python? Suddenly, Yuan Tong didn't continue speaking because the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder truly couldn't take it anymore. It raised its little claw and waved it at Yuan Tong, and then a strand of violet light instantly appeared in front of Yuan Tong. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they witnessed this scene. What a strange attack. Yuan Tong's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a wisp of surprise when he saw the violet light suddenly appear before him. However, in next to no time, this surprise transformed into rage, and he grunted coldly before he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck a light punch against the area in front of the violet light. A gust of wind shot out from his fist, and it emanated a sharp whistle as it instantly blasted onto the violet light. Bang! The violet light instantly dispersed, yet the gust of wind didn't slow down at all as it shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he flipped his wrist, and then he swiftly slashes with his sword, causing a strand of golden sword chi to shoot out explosively slash bang. The gust of wind and the golden sword chi collided intensely in midair, and they emanated an explosion. However, the gust of wind formed from Yuan Tong's punch still didn't vanish, and it didn't slow down at all as it shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. According to the rumors, he has comprehended both martial intent and fist intent. Looks like the rumors are true. Otherwise, how could my gold profound energy possibly be unable to resist this tiny gust of wind that came from his fist? Yang Yi sheathed violet spirit, and when the gust arrived in front of him, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! The gust of wind instantly dispersed into nothingness. Yang Yi suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot, and then he relied on the counterforce from the ground to shoot forward explosively. Yang Yi wasn't one that liked to take a beating without fighting back. He preferred to seize the initiative and attack himself. You're courting death. When he saw that Yang Yi actually dared to fight back, disdain hung on the corners of Yuan Tong's mouth as he slowly clenched his right hand once more. He said, Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his right hand forward horizontally before retracting it, and then, after a moment of silence, he suddenly attacked. Bang! The sound of air exploding rumbled through the surroundings. Everywhere his fist passed, the air was instantly crushed into pieces while numerous white-colored marks of his fist appeared in midair, and it was extraordinarily striking. Yang Yi's expression changed when he witnessed this scene and sensed the terrifying aura within the punch. However, he didn't have the time to dodge now, nor did he have the time to change his attack. So, he could only utilize violet spirit to go head-on against it. Bang! As soon as they collided, Violet's spirit instantly curved to a shocking degree, whereas Yang Yi was directly blasted flying by the force within this punch. This time, he flew even farther than he ever had, and he flew over 100 m away. Too weak. Yuan Tong shook his head as he gazed at Yang Yi, who'd been blasted flying. Right when he was about to make another move and finish Yang Yi, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and he swiftly turned around and looked towards the mountain peak that stood in front of Cloudfall Gorge. It wasn't just Yuan Tong. All the other profounders who possessed formidable strengths had looked over to that peak as well. As for Yang Yi, had been directly disregarded. Roar! Right when all of them looked over, numerous loud roars suddenly resounded from the mountain. After that, numerous enormous figures appeared on it. At the same time, the sky suddenly dimmed down while a dense expanse of all sorts of flying dark beasts appeared above them. In just the time of a few breaths, the mountain in the distance was filled with all sorts of enormous dark beasts, and based on the dense expanse that they formed, their numbers were even superior to the human profounders. Especially the various flying dark beasts in midair, they even exerted an invisible feeling of pressure to the human profounders, causing countless of them to feel terrified before the battle had even begun. Yuan Tong's expression changed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he seemed to have thought up something, causing him to suddenly turn around to look at the direction Yang Yi had been blasted towards. However, that spot was completely empty now, and Yang Yi was long gone. Indeed, he was aware of the might possessed by that mysterious dark beasts in Yang Yi's possession. After all, over 100 humans had witnessed the scene of the violet mink utilizing its pressure to terrify the Metal Eater ant swarm. Even though all of those humans were members of the Grand Qin Empire, with the strength that the Origin School possessed, it wasn't difficult to obtain some information from them. After a great deal of investigation, the Origin School had finally locked its sights onto Yang Yi. However, it was too late to capture Yang Yi then because had arrived at the imperial capital. Moreover, Yang Yi had even become an Earth Talisman Master of the Talisman Masters Association. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was Lin Shan's disciple as well, that spirit realm expert who was tracking Yang Yi from the shadows could only give up on taking Yang Yi alive. After all, it was extremely difficult for the Origin School to conceal something that occurred in the imperial capital from the Talisman Masters Association. So, Yuan Tong had another objective when he came to Ascension Mountain Range, and it was to look for Yang Yi. If it was possible, it was naturally best to recruit Yang Yi into the Origin School, but if it wasn't possible, then he could only use force, the ability to control dark beasts. Even the Origin School couldn't help but be tempted by it. Yuan Tong took a deep breath, and then he turned around to look at Yuan Yi, who stood by his side. You go after him. I probed his strength earlier, and it's weaker than yours. However, you must be careful and watch out for that violet mink on his shoulder. Remember, if you find him, then cripple him first. That kid is proud and arrogant, so it's impossible to make him join the Origin School now. Yuan Yi nodded, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. After Yuan Yi vanished, Yuan Tong turned around to look at the human profounders and said, "What? All of you are afraid?" Before they could answer, he suddenly turned around and pointed at those flying dark beasts in the sky and said, "In the last 10,000 years, our humans have fought the dark beasts on many occasions. However, it was always us humans that had the last laugh, and the owner of the Southern Territory has always been us humans. Everyone present here is the most gifted in the Southern Territory. So, tell me, should all of you fear this group of animals?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly soared into the air. In the next moment, a terrifying, imposing aura surged from within him, and then he spread open his right fist into a palm and faced it down while the profound energy within his body surged madly into his palm. At this moment, with Yuan Tong as the center, strands of invisible fluctuations of energy had appeared. At a certain moment in time, a wisp of a ruthless expression flashed in Yuan Tong's eyes, and then he suddenly slapped his palm downward while shouting loudly, "Heaven split palm!" In an instant, an enormous blue-colored energy palm that was over 30 m long and around 15 m wide appeared in the air. The energy pal carried a terrifying aura that sent chills running down everyone's spines as it shot explosively towards the dense expanse of flying dark beasts in midair. The enormous energy palm traversed the distance of over 30 m in the mere time for a single breath, and then the flying dark beasts that bore the brunt of his attack were instantly transformed into countless pieces that descended along with strands of fresh blood. Merely a single strike of the palm had at least killed a few dozen king-rank flying dark beasts. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings had witnessed the strength of this greatest monstrous genius for the last 1,000 years within the Southern Territory. Even Qin Yuan, Li Xianjun, Wan Renyu, and Long Xinren's eyes revealed an extremely solemn expression. Even though Yuan Tong had executed a high-grade Earth rank technique, it was sufficient to display Yuan Tong's strength. After all, it was extremely difficult for someone at the first heaven realm to bring forth the full strength of this technique. However, Yuan Tong had accomplished it with ease. After a short moment of silence, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "All hail Yuan Tong!" After this voice resounded throughout the surroundings, numerous similar shouts resounded successively in the surroundings, and the impetus from a few tens of thousands of people shouting in unison was simply, Yuan Tong descended to the ground and placed his hands behind his back. He pointed his left hand towards the Dark Beast army on the mountain peak and said in a stern voice, "Are all of you confident in your ability to fight them with me?" "Yes," the others replied in unison. Qin Yuan's expression changed slightly when he witnessed this scene. Looks like Yang Yu was right. Yuan Rong is trying to win popularity and support. His origin school is already the #1 sect in the Southern Territory, so what does he intend to do by gaining popularity and support like this? Unite the 6 great powers? Or unite the entire Southern Territory? In next to no time, Qin Yuan shook his head because both of these were impossible. The origin school was strong, but it was impossible for the origin school to go against the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy at the same time. After all, the strengths of the 2 palaces were merely slightly inferior to the origin school. As for uniting the Southern Territory, it was even more impossible, and even if Yuan Tong had the wild ambition to do that, the origin school wouldn't allow him to do it, because an empire wasn't something a sect could easily shake. But if it's not any of these 2 reasons, then what exactly are Yuan Tong's intentions? Qin Yuan would naturally not think that Yuan Tong was truly thinking for the independent cultivators and disciples of the clans here. Wan Renyu glanced deeply at Yuan Tong before falling silent. No matter what, they really did have to join forces against the Dark Beasts now, because if they didn't, then even she might not be able to leave with her life. After all, the Dark Beast Empire had dispatched all its elites this time. There really is something off about this year's Ascension rankings. At this moment, the members of all the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy thought in this way. Chapter 206 Leaving. Squawk. Suddenly, a sharp cry of a bird resounded, and that sharp and ear-piercing sound caused the profounders with comparatively weaker cultivations to immediately bleed from all 7 apertures. Yuan Tong's expression changed slightly, and he raised his head to look towards the distance. An enormous colossus was flying over swiftly from afar. This colossus was over 30 m long and around 12 m wide. Of course, most importantly, even if they were almost a kilometer apart, the imposing aura emanated by that colossus and the strong winds caused by it could be felt by the profounders here. A golden rock. The expressions of everyone changed once more when they noticed the appearance of this colossus. The golden rock was the most terrifying flying dark beast in the Dark Beast Empire, and it was a terrifying existence that could fly extreme distances in a single day. Of course, its speed was secondary. The most important point was the cry of a golden rock. That cry was equivalent to a low-grade Earth-rank soundwave technique. The golden rock was extremely swift, and the aftershock of its sharp cry hadn't dispersed when it had arrived in the air before Yuan Tong and the others. It revealed a ferocious glow in its eyes as it gazed at Yuan Tong and the others. However, it didn't launch an attack. It slowly descended in front of Yuan Tong and the others instead. At this moment, all of them had finally noticed that there were 4 people standing on the golden rock. The person in the lead was a young man around the age of 20. He was handsome, wore a luxurious robe, and held a white fan in his hand, causing him to seem extremely graceful and elegant. A young man in violet-colored robe stood on the left of the young man in a luxurious robe. If Yang Yi was here, he would notice that this violet-robed young man was the shape-shifted dark beast from the Steel Ape clan that had fought. At the right of the young man in luxurious robes was a robust man that bared his upper body. His figure was extremely tall and robust, and he was much taller than the violet-robed young man and the young man in a luxurious robe. His figure seemed powerful. His features were rugged, and the muscles on his entire body had bulged up and were filled with explosive strength. A beautiful woman stood by the side of the robust man. She was extremely beautiful and wore extraordinarily revealing clothes. She merely wore a piece of beast skin to cover her chest, whereas an extremely short beast skin skirt covered her lower body. If someone merely squatted down a little, then that person would probably be in for a treat. Something worthy of mentioning was that when this woman appeared before all of them, the gazes of countless young men amongst the profounders had descended onto the woman. When these few people appeared, the members of the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy had simultaneously moved over to stand by Yuan Tong's side. When facing dark beasts, no matter how great the enmity between them was, humans had to stand together. Even the Sword Sect and the Ghost Sect were the same, because this was related to their entire race. The young man in luxurious robes swept all of them with his gaze, and then his gaze descended onto Yuan Tong before he said, "You're Yuan Tong?" Yuan Tong took a step forward and met the young man's gaze before he said, "You're that mysterious dark beast from the Dark Beast Empire, right?" When he spoke up to hear, he glanced at the other 3 people by the young man's side and said, "I presume that the 3 of you are the elites of the 4 great clans in the Dark Beast Empire, right?" "I really..." Suddenly, Yuan Tong's voice stopped abruptly while his expression changed, and his figure flashed up into the sky. Bang! Right at the instant that Yuan Tong's feet left the ground, an enormous black python's huge blood mouth had suddenly emerged from beneath the spot Yuan Tong was standing just moments ago. The enormous python was extremely similar in appearance to the heaven-devouring python that Yuan Tong had captured. However, it was even larger than that python. After missing, the enormous python's figure shook as its speed rose greatly once more, and it transformed into a black ray of light that shot explosively towards Yuan Tong. Hood flashed up into midair. Yuan Tong grunted coldly when he saw this python attack. He pressed his hands downward lightly, and his figure suddenly descended. When he was about to come into contact with the python, Yuan Tong raised his right leg and stomped it down towards the python's head. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Go back from whence you came." Bang! As soon as they collided, the python instantly descended swiftly and directly entered the ground. The human profounders instantly cheered when they witnessed this scene. Bang! Right at this moment, the black python emerged once more from the ground. At this moment, a footprint that was around 10 centimeters deep had appeared on the originally pitch-black scale armor on its head. When they witnessed this scene, the expressions of the other 3 by the side of the young man in luxurious clothes had changed, and the gazes they shot at Yuan Tong had become serious. The black python was utterly infuriated. It raised its head and howled towards the sky. Right when it was about to attack Yuan Tong again, the young man in luxurious robes spoke. "Shenmeng, return." When it heard this, the figure of the black python called Shenmeng jerked, and then it hesitated for a moment, but didn't disobey the young man in luxurious robes in the end. It glared fiercely at Yuan Tong before its figure flashed over to arrive in front of the young man in luxurious robes, and then it settled down there. The young man in luxurious robes gazed at Yuan Tong and lightly tapped the fan in his right hand onto his left palm. He said, as expected of the most monstrous genius in the last 1,000 years within the Southern Territory, as expected of the existence that's most likely to become the martial god. Merely the strength of an ordinary kick broke open Shenmeng's defense. "I'm truly unable to figure this out. With your strength, there's entirely no reason to participate in the Ascension rankings, yet you've come here. It's truly puzzling." Yuan Tong spoke indifferently. "Since you can't figure it out, then don't continue thinking about it. You're the #1 expert amongst King Realm Dark Beasts, and am the #1 expert amongst First Heaven Realm Profounders. Today, let me see if your Dark Beast Empire or we human Profounders are stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tong suddenly launched a punch towards the young man in luxurious robes. In an instant, a strand of force tore through the air and whistled sharply as it shot explosively towards the young man. The young man's expression remained unchanged when he saw this, and he didn't put up any sort of defense or launch a counterattack. He just allowed it to strike his chest. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the force dispersed completely. However, the young man was completely unharmed, and that force wasn't even able to destroy his clothes. When they witnessed this scene, the expressions of the human Profounders became extremely solemn. They were clearly aware of how formidable Yuan Tong was, and there were probably very few amongst them who could resist a single punch from him. Yet now, this young man in luxurious clothes had actually resisted it with such ease. How terrifying is the defensive ability of this shape-shifted beast? Yuan Tong's gaze was calm as if had expected this. The young man patted his clothes that had been crumpled by Yuan Tong's attack, and then he said, "I'd like to meet someone from your human race before we fight." According to rumor, he possesses a king-rank dark beast, and it seems to be very special. Not only does it possess extremely mysterious abilities, but it's also able to exert a form of invisible bloodline pressure towards dark beasts. I'm very curious, exactly what dark beast possesses such a unique ability? Human, can you ask him to come forward so that I can meet him? Yuan Tong shook his head and said, "He isn't here, but he really does possess a king-rank dark beast. If you want to see that king-rank dark beast, then you have to go look for him." The young man nodded, and then he glanced at the human Profounders before he said, "Will it be one-on-one battles or group battles?" "Right, I have a suggestion. It's best if you choose to fight one-on-one battles, otherwise, you might be completely annihilated. Of course, I hope that will happen, but you ought to be clearly aware that it's impossible." Yuan Tong glanced at the dark beasts on the young man's side, and then he said, "Then I'll be one-on-one battles. We'll take the first battle." Yuan Tong had just finished speaking when the robust man stepped forward, and he glanced at the disciples of the 6 great powers and the Imperial Academy with a provocative gaze. After that, he said, "I'm aiming from the Gold Behemoth race. I hope a stronger member of your human race fights me so that I can fight to my heart's content." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped off the golden rock and flashed down, and it wasn't long before he arrived at Cloudfall Gorge. After a moment of silence, the ghost sect's Xiao Luo suddenly stepped forward and said, "They say that the members of the 4 great clans of the Dark Beast Empire are extremely formidable, so I would like to give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed down towards the gorge as well. Li Xianjun's expression changed slightly, but it was already too late to stop Xiao Luo now. In next to no time, the sounds of battle between Xiao Luo and Ameng resounded within the gorge. At this moment, Yang Yi had already appeared 50 kilometers away. Needless to say, Yuan Tong was formidable indeed. But Yuan Tong's attempt to finish Yang Yi with a single punch could only be said to be too naive. Yang Yi hadn't chosen to fight Yuan Tong to death because it wasn't suitable to do so at that time. No matter if he won or lost, he would suffer the joint attacks of everyone in the surroundings. So, he could only flee. As long as he still had his life, there was no need to worry about being unable to take revenge. Wouldn't it be better for him to take advantage of the situation after both the human Profounders and Dark Beasts had fought to the point both sides had suffered heavy losses? As he thought about this, a smile couldn't help but creep onto Yang Ye's face. Suddenly, his smile stiffened, and he stopped moving before turning around because Yuan Yi had suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 207 Yang Ye's True Strength. Yuan Yi walked slowly towards Yang Yi while he said, "Unfortunately, just as my senior brother said, your strength really is not bad. If you joined my origin school and received its fostering, then your future accomplishments would definitely be extraordinary. But you refused. I'm truly unable to figure out why you refused. After all, refusal equals to death." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Tell me, If I chose to join the origin school because I was afraid of death, then would the members of your origin school think highly of me? If I head to the origin school, then I would probably not obtain any fostering and would be looked down upon instead, right? Moreover, I'm very clearly aware that your origin school hasn't taken a fancy to my natural talent or strength, and it's my method of controlling dark beasts instead, right? After your origin school obtains that method, then not to mention fostering me, it might even kill me. What do you think? Yuan Yi was stunned, and then he nodded and smiled as he said, I admit that you're absolutely correct. If you really join the origin school under such circumstances, then not to mention everyone else, even I would look down on you. You're a smart person, but you're bound to die, because you possess something that you're not worthy of possessing. Tell the method to me, and it'll give you a swift death, all right? Leave now and it'll spare your life, all right? Yang Yi replied with a question. Yuan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. With a flip of his wrist, an energy sword formed from profound energy appeared in his hand, and then he said, I'm not against someone acting arrogantly because I'm such a person as well, but I'm against someone without strength who acts arrogantly, and you're that type of person. You're a disciple of the sword sect and are skilled in the sword, so I'll utilize the sword to deal with you. Then what are you waiting for? Asked Yang Yi. Killing intent flashed in Yuan Ye's eyes while the profound energy within his body surged, and a swift and fierce glow immediately arose from the energy sword in his hand. As his profound energy surged ceaselessly into it, the energy sword grew more and more materials. In the end, that energy sword actually seemed like a material object. Speed! Yuan Yi shouted lightly while his figure suddenly transformed into a black ray of light that shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Moreover, numerous seemingly material afterimages were left behind him. Yang Yi's eyes closed slowly while the profound energy within his body surged madly into the violet spirit sword that he held in his left hand. Suddenly, a golden glow and a violet glow erupted from violet spirit, and then these glows mixed together and were extremely dazzling. Yuan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. When he arrived 3 away from Yang Yi, he suddenly shouted, Split! As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shook before 4 Yuan Yes immediately split from his body, and then 5 Yuan Yes appeared here. Those 4 clones seemed like the real Yuan Yi. At the very least, if it was based solely upon outward appearance, then it was utterly impossible to notice any difference between the clones and Yuan Ye's actual body. Just like his true body, they held an energy sword that was formed from profound energy, and these 5 swords stabbed towards Yang Yi from 5 different directions. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of Yuan Ye's clone and his own body were the same while their movements were uniform as well. It was even to the extent that their imposing auras were similar. When the tips of these 5 swords were merely over 10 inches away from Yang Yi had suddenly opened his eyes. A tiny sword flashed within his eyes, and then an invisible force suddenly surged out explosively from Yang Yi's body before he drew his sword and sheathed it. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The 5 energy swords had stopped only a few inches away from Yang Yi's body, yet Yang Yi stood on the spot without moving at all, and it was like everything from before hadn't happened. After a short moment of silence, 4 of the 5 Yuan Yes here had exploded into pieces and transformed into bits of starlight that vanished into the air. On the other hand, Yuan Yi, who was on Yang Yes left, gazed at him with a slightly stunned expression, while the faint blood-red mark on his neck seemed extremely striking. The enlightened sword heart and the initial stage of sword intent. How could this be possible? Yuan Yi gazed at Yang Yi, while he muttered dejectedly in a low voice. Yes, Yang Yi hadn't held back this time. Not only had he utilized the 3rd level of sword intent, but had also utilized the enlightened sword heart as well. So, Yuan Ye's movement technique didn't affect him at all, whereas the speed and might of the reactive strike had become countless times stronger after being boosted by his 3rd level sword intent and golden profound energy. Thus, even a genius of the origin school couldn't defend against it. Yang Yi didn't answer Yuan Yi because Yuan Yi had perished after he finished speaking those words. With a wave of his right hand, Yuan Ye's spatial ring flew into his palm, and then Yang Yi smiled as usual after he took a glance at the content of the ring. He smiled and said softly, as expected of a genius from the origin school. His wealth really isn't something those independent cultivators can compare to. Just the amount of high-grade profound rank treasures in Yuan Ye's spatial ring amounted to 6, while there was a total of over 20 mid-grade and low-grade profound rank treasures as well. As for treasures beneath the profound rank, there wasn't a single one. Besides dark treasures, there was an entire 8,000-plus energy stones within the ring and 62 king rank inner cores. Besides that, there were also over 100 types of various spirit herbs and spirit fruits, and not a single one of these were beneath the profound rank. Suddenly, Yang Yi revealed an overjoyed expression because he noticed that one of the scrolls had the words low-grade earth rank movement technique, clone illusion technique written on it. Yang Yi was visibly moved after he took a look at its content. Because the clone illusion technique was truly very formidable, it was divided into 10 levels, and every single level allowed one to form a clone that possessed an exactly similar outward appearance as one's own body. When it was cultivated to the 10th level, then one could instantly split and form 10 clones. Of course, these clones had a weakness, and it was that they had no offensive ability. They could only deceive the opponent, and they could only exist for 15 minutes of time. Even though it was like that, Yang Yi was still overjoyed. After all, he really lacked movement techniques, and the clone illusion technique was even at the earth rank. The might of this technique was extremely formidable, and the reason Yang Yi was able to overcome it with a single attack just now was because of his enlightened sword heart that could see through the essence of all techniques. So, the clone illusion technique could be said to have encountered its bane. If it was any other person, then that person would probably find it difficult to deal with. After he put the spatial ring away, Yang Yi turned around to look at the direction of Cloudfall Gorge. Presently, he faced two choices. The first was to return to the Grand Qin Empire because he possessed sufficient king rank inner cores now. So, if he chose to return, then those dark beasts of the Grand Myriad Mountains wouldn't dare to look for trouble with him at all. The second choice was to continue residing in the Grand Myriad Mountains. But in that way, he would probably encounter a great deal of trouble. After all, the fact that he possessed a dark beast had been exposed, and there should be a huge amount of people that had set their sights on the little fellow. Of course, there were also benefits from staying in the Grand Myriad Mountains, and that was he could continue plundering and robbing all over this place. If his luck was good, he could even subdue some formidable king-rank dark beasts. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi decided to continue staying here. Presently, his strength was still too weak, so he had to stop at nothing in order to improve his strength. Otherwise, going against the Colossus that was the Flower Palace would simply be a joke. After he made his decision, Yang Yi held the violet mink in his arms as he Cloudfall Gorge. At this moment, Cloudfall Gorge had definitely transformed into a battlefield because both the humans and dark beasts would definitely not shake their hands and become friends. So long as both sides were in battle, then would anyone have the time to look for trouble with Yang Yi? Now, only he would be looking for trouble with them. On a mountain peak that was over 500 kilometers away from Ascension Mountain Range, Qing Yunzi, who sat cross-legged on an enormous rock, had suddenly opened his eyes, and he swept everyone here with his gaze before he said, "Yuan Yi is dead." When they heard this, the expressions of everyone changed slightly. Yuan Yi was the third-ranked expert in the Origin School's younger generation, so who had the ability to kill him in Ascension Mountain Range? Perhaps Qin Yuran, Wan Renyu, and Long Xinran might have been able to, but it was still extremely difficult to achieve. After all, with Yuan Ye's strength, even if he was unable to go against them, then even Qin Yuran would be helpless against him if he fled. Yet Yuan Yi had perished. In next to no time, all of them gazed at Exalt Hu. Exalt Hu laughed coldly and said, "Qing Yunzi, could it be that the members of your Origin School can't die? Since he dared to come to participate in the Ascension rankings, then you should be mentally prepared for his death." Qing Yunzi turned his head to glance coldly at Exalt Hu, and then he turned towards the direction of Ascension Mountain Range, while a wisp of worry arose in his eyes. Even though Yuan Ye's death hurt slightly, that was all. However, if Yuan Tong died, then it wasn't just painful because even the Origin School couldn't bear such a loss. He originally possessed absolute confidence towards Yuan Tong. But now, along with Yuan Ye's death, this confidence of his had started to waver. Because Exalt, who had been too calm and composed since the beginning. Even if a monstrous genius like Yuan Tong had appeared on the human side, Exalt, who had still remained very calm and composed. So, if Exalt, who wasn't extremely unconcerned and careless, then Exalt, who had a trump card. Obviously, it was the latter. When he thought up to here, a gold glow flashed in Qing Yunzi's eyes. No matter what, he would absolutely not allow Yuan Tong to perish on Ascension Mountain Range, even if he had to break the Ascension Rankings rules. Chapter 208, The Path of the Martial God. Yang Yi returned to Cloudfall Gorge once more. Because the little fellow was too conspicuous, so had hidden the violet mink in his vortex dantian. As he hid in the shadows, Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw the situation within Cloudfall Gorge. At this moment, Cloudfall Gorge was covered in a dense expanse of corpses. There were dark beasts amongst these corpses, but even more belonged to humans. Without any exception, all the dark beasts had been slit open and had their inner cores removed, whereas the heads of the human profounders had been chopped off. This time, Yang Yi could be considered to have witnessed how brutal the Ascension Rankings was. Of course, he didn't care about those dead dark beasts or humans, and it was especially so for the humans because they wanted him dead just a little while ago. The battle continued until nighttime, and then it dragged on until dawn arrived. The number of human corpses on the ground grew higher and higher. On the other hand, even though a huge number of dark beasts had perished as well, because the number of dark beasts was much higher since the beginning, the little bit of dark beasts that had perished were unable to affect the army of dark beasts at all. As he watched a human fight intensely with a dark beast in the gorge, Qin Yuran, who stood by Yuan Tong's side, said with a low voice, "Yuan Tong, this can't be allowed to continue, otherwise, the profounders of our human race will be completely annihilated by the dark beasts." Yuan Tong glanced at the decreasing group of human profounders behind him, and then a wisp of a cold glow flashed in his eyes. Indeed, it's just as Qin Yuran said, this can't be allowed to continue. Because if it does, then all the profounders of my human race will probably perish here. But if it's a group battle, then these profounders would perish even more quickly. In short, these independent cultivators are just too weak. If all the disciples of the six great powers and the Imperial Academy were here, then how could we have fallen into such a situation? After a short moment of silence, Yuan Tong made his decision. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flashed over to the center of Cloudfall Gorge. He gazed at the young man in luxurious clothes who led the dark beasts and said, "There's no need to continue. Take it as a loss of my human race." The young man in luxurious clothes nodded lightly, and then he said, "All right, but the loser must pay a price." "What sort of price do all of you intend to pay?" "What do you desire?" asked Yuan Tong in a low voice. "Hand over that human who possesses a king-rank dark beast. Or else, I guarantee that all of you'll be unable to leave the Grand Myriad Mountains," said the young man in luxurious clothes. Yuan Tong's brows raised as he said, "Are you threatening me?" The young man shook his head and chuckled lightly. He said, "I know that it's definitely not a problem for you to leave the Grand Myriad Mountains with the strength you possess, and this includes the other disciples of the six great powers and the Imperial Academy. But what about the independent cultivators? What about your path to becoming the martial god?" Yuan Tong's pupils constricted when he heard this, and then he said, "Who exactly are you? Why are you aware of the path of the martial god?" "Who I am isn't important." The young man smiled as he said, "In the beginning, I was wondering why you, Yuan Tong, would participate in the Ascension Rankings. Earlier, I finally figured it out. According to rumor, the martial god doesn't just have to be undefeated, he has to obtain the submission and acknowledgement of his peers. You came to participate in the Ascension Rankings and summoned all of them to go against my Dark Beast Empire precisely for these two reasons, right?" Yuan Tong gazed at the young man for a short while, and then he said, "How about we have a fight?" The young man shook his head and said, "The time for that hasn't come. They'll fight you once you've become the martial god." "A fight with the martial god, that would be much more meaningful, don't you think?" "I hope you don't disappoint me when the time comes," said Yuan Tong. The young man smiled as he said, "I want." Yuan Tong turned around and returned to the humans. As he gazed at the less than 40,000 humans that remained, he said in a deep voice, "The reason the Dark Beasts of the Dark Beast Empire have united is that they are looking for a king-rank Dark Beast, and it's the one that the disciple of the Sword Sect, Yang Yi, possesses. So long as Yang Yi is found and that king-rank Dark Beast is handed to them, then the humans and Dark Beasts can stop fighting and make peace, and we can leave the Grand Myriad Mountains and return to the Grand Qin Empire." The profounders in the surroundings immediately heaved sighs of relief when they heard Yuan Tong. Fighting one-on-one battles with Dark Beasts was undoubtedly unfair to them because the strengths of Dark Beasts were practically always superior to humans of the same cultivation realm. So, if these battles were to continue, then besides those especially top-rate profounders, practically all the other profounders would perish here. But now, so long as they handed Yang Yi and that king-rank Dark Beast over, then they could return to the Grand Qin Empire. And once they did that, there would only be glory and opportunity that awaited them. When they thought up to here, all of them were unable to maintain their calm. In next to no time, countless profounders looked towards the Sword Sect's members, and their gazes were slightly hostile. The expressions of those members from the Sword Sect changed when they saw this. Situ Rong was even infuriated to the extreme, and he turned around to glare at Murong Yao before he said furiously, "You were still trying to protect Yang Yi just now? Look, he made our Sword Sect become targeted by everyone. He's just a source of disaster, a great source of disaster and misfortune that makes enemies for my Sword Sect." Murong Yao's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flashed within them. However, she didn't say anything because she was unable to change or control the current situation. Situ Rong took a step forward, and then he said loudly, "Everyone, I, Situ Rong, announce right here and right now that my Sword Sect isn't related to Yang Yi at all. If all of you encounter him, and he's unwilling to hand that king-rank Dark Beast over, then feel free to make a move against him. My Sword Sect will absolutely not take revenge for him." Yuan Tong glanced at Situ Rong, and then he said, as expected of the most outstanding disciple of the Sword Sect's younger generation, "Brother Situ is clearly aware of the right thing to do. But if Brother Situ encounters Yang Yi, then I hope that Brother Situ wouldn't let him go because he's a disciple of your sect. After all, it's related to the lives of countless people. If I encounter Yang Yi, then I will definitely not hold back." Situ Rong hurriedly made his stand clear, and he spoke with a resolute tone. The other disciples of the Sword Sect who stood behind him had hurriedly made their stands clear as well. "Good." Yuan Tong nodded lightly, and then he gazed at everyone and said, "Form groups of 5 and search for Yang Yi throughout the mountain range. Remember to be careful of that king-rank Dark Beast. If anyone is able to find Yang Yi and capture him alive or bring that king-rank Dark Beast back, then the reward for me will be 100 king-rank inner cores. Moreover, they'll give that person a spot as an outer court disciple of the Origin School." All of them were unable to maintain their calm when they heard this. 100 king-rank inner cores and the opportunity to become an outer court disciple of the Origin School. That was an extraordinary opportunity. In next to no time, all of them hurriedly formed numerous small groups and dispersed towards the surroundings. After he watched them leave, Yuan Tong gazed at the member of the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy. He said, "Everyone, this matter is related to the lives of countless geniuses from our southern territory. All of you wouldn't just stand idly by and do nothing, right?" Qin Yuan sneered and said, "Yuan Tong, I don't know why you've done all of this, but I want to tell you that I refuse to accompany you. We'll meet again during the second round of the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan led the members of the Imperial Academy away. He would naturally not fear the dark beasts of the Grand Myriad Mountains, because so long as he trod carefully, then how could those dark beasts possibly stop him? As soon as Qin Yuan left, Long Shinran from the Snow Palace made her stand clear as well. She didn't say anything, and she just led the members of Snow Palace towards another direction. Obviously, she refused to participate in this matter as well. When he saw the members of the Imperial Academy and Snow Palace leave, a cold light flashed in Yuan Tong's eyes, and then he looked at the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace as he said, "What about the 2 of you? Will you be leaving as well?" Li Xianjun from the Ghost sect said coldly, "Of course. My junior brother, Shou Luo, perished in battle, and only I remain from the Ghost sect. I naturally have to take good care of my life." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wenren glanced at Yuan Tong, and then she said, "Yuan Tong, you made two mistakes. The first was to send your junior brother alone to pursue Yang Yi. The second was to make those independent cultivators form groups of 5. If I was you, I would ask them to form groups of 10. As soon as she finished speaking, she led the members of the Flower Palace away. Yuan Tong frowned slightly. What did she mean by that? Could it be that the strength of that disciple from the Sword Sect, Yang Yi, is very formidable? In next to no time, Yuan Tong shook his head. How strong could a fellow that couldn't even withstand a single punch from me be? Yuan Tong glanced at Situ Rong and said, Yang Yi is a disciple of the Sword Sect, so Brother Situ wouldn't stand by idly, right? Of course. Situ Rong spoke in a cold voice. As an inner court disciple, I, Situ Rong, naturally have the duty to rid my Sword Sect from such a disciple. What a joke. How could Situ Rong allow Yang Yi to return to the Sword Sect? When he witnessed the battle between Yang Yi and Qin Yuan just now, had already decided that he would absolutely not allow Yang Yi to return to the Sword Sect. Because Yang Yi's potential and strength were truly too terrifying, and it was utterly not difficult for Yang Yi to surpass him, Situ Rong, in the future. So, if he didn't eliminate Yang Yi now, then when? Yuan Tong grinned, and then he looked at the black-robed young man from the Bright Moon sect that had been constantly overlooked by everyone. He said, "What about the Bright Moon sect?" The black-robed young man smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, stop joking around. Only I alone remain from the Bright Moon sect. If I die, then my Bright Moon sect would truly lose face this time. Moreover, my strength is inferior to Yang Yi, not to mention that he has a king-rank dark beast by his side. So, looking for him would be like courting death for me. Thus, I've chosen to return to the Grand Qin Empire. I hope everyone will show some understanding." Yuan Tong grinned and said, "I understand." Just like that, the profounders that participated in the Ascension rankings had stopped killing dark beasts, and they'd started searching for Yang Yi instead. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.